Hey, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Glad to be here with all of you tonight. Should be yet another great late night conversation. I hope that you all are doing well, and I hope that we have a nice chat here tonight. Should be good. Got another slideshow for you for the opening remarks. Just let me pull up the opening music, and we'll be right into business here. Here we go.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, 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 everyone. Good to be here with you tonight. We're going to have yet another one of our great late night conversations. Now, the way we do things is first I give my opening remarks, and I tell you what's on my mind. Then after that, we do a roll call, and I find out who's on the other side of the camera, who's watching. That's always fun. And then after that, I answer your questions for the remainder of the night. So if there's something that you would like me to reflect on or touch on in the second half of our program, all you need to do is send a Rumble rant if you are on Rumble watching this, or a super chat if you are on YouTube watching this. Just send questions, comments, things you want me to react to, whatever you want to say. Second half of the show is me reading your audience responses. That's how the second half of the show works. But hey, we do have a couple announcements. One quick second here. One second here. A couple announcements to start us off, like always. The main announcement we've got is that I am headed to the upper Midwest. I am headed to Minneapolis. And we are having ourselves a workshop in Minneapolis. That's on Saturday, and it's going to be good. And people are actually registering like wildfire. I am really, really excited. And we just figured out the menu, what people are going to eat. I know Penny is working very, very hard to build the workshop. It's going to be good. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. And so I hope that you'll join us. Not too late. There's still some room left at the workshop. As of now, it looks like we're going to have a pretty decent crew, but there's still some room left if you'd like to attend. Here is the link. I am dropping it in the chat. Link is available down below as well. You can register for the workshop, get some food, get some music, get some education. Yes, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. So, go ahead and register. It should be a good workshop happening this weekend. So see you in Minneapolis. I have never actually been to Minneapolis, believe it or not. It'll be my first time in this historic city. And it's going to be good. It's going to be excellent. Should be good. All the people that have registered, see you this weekend. And it should be good. So as always, first the opening remarks, then the roll call, and then I answer your questions for the remainder of the show. So if there's something you would like me to talk about in the second half of our program, send a super chat or a Rumble rant. Super chats are here on YouTube. Rumble rants are on Rumble. That's the second half of the show. So tonight we have got a PowerPoint. Why the Center for Political Innovation? The roots and development of the city building tendency. These slideshows have been quite popular, I must say. A lot of people like this slideshow format where I've got pictures of what I'm talking about. I did one on the history of Marxism and the Party of Socialism and Liberation. People like that. I did one on the new communist movement of the 1970s. Well, tonight we're doing basically a history of our own organization. We did one on the innovationist worldview and how we see things. This one's more about where our organization came from, how it emerged, etc. Yeah, I hope you enjoy. If there's anything you would like me to answer in the second half of the show, anything that comes up, by all means, send a super chat asking questions. Let's just go through it. Let's just go over the history of our organization. All right. So we'll start out with the backstory. Obviously, these are things that took place before CPI was founded. So after the fall of the Soviet Union, 1991, the Soviet Union liquidated and dissolved. There was a trend in the world called neoliberalism. And it was mass privatizations and cuts in public services. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the social safety net was pulled out from under the population. Under the Soviet system, they'd all had guaranteed jobs, guaranteed health care, guaranteed education. That was all gotten rid of. And it was devastating. And in the 1990s, Boris Yeltsin was the president of Russia. And he oversaw the economic looting of the Russian Federation. And it was absolutely devastating. People talk about how if you went to Russia during this period, you'd see elderly people standing by the subways begging, to sell you their clothes so they could eat, begging to sell you yesterday's newspaper so they could eat. I mean, it was absolutely devastating economically. The extreme poverty rate, the drug addiction rate, the suicide rate, the drop in life expectancy, all of that accompanied the fall of the Soviet Union. The fall of the Soviet Union was absolutely devastating. But it wasn't just in the fall of the Soviet Union. It wasn't just in the former USSR. In Latin America, there was a huge cut in public services. Many of these kind of Bonapartist military regimes that the USA had propped up in various countries, the USA decided it didn't need them anymore. And these kind of military regimes, the way they stabilized things was with a lot of government spending and handing out the goods among the military brass. And that was gotten rid of. And in Venezuela, the cost of public transportation very dramatically went up. And you had the Caracazo riot that took place, or the population was going out and rioting because the cost of public transportation, which Venezuelans used to go to work, had skyrocketed. And the electricity was not, repaired, and it would go out, and the garbage would not get collected. In Bolivia, they privatized the water. And they made the water the property of American corporations. People were actually arrested for gathering rainwater on their roof because the water of Bolivia had been sold to private companies. And the natural gas resources of Bolivia were being utilized. And so there were big strikes among the miners in Bolivia, and there were big protests demanding nationalization of the natural gas. In Bolivia, you had kind of a mass movement emerge in response to neoliberalism. Neoliberalism was a global trend, and there was even neoliberalism in America. Labor unions got significantly weaker. Bill Clinton got rid of the welfare state, and aid to single mothers and things like that was dramatically reduced. Labor unions had their power dramatically decreased in the United States. It was all out. A lot of free market policies, a lot of cuts in government spending were imposed. And this was done with a lot of flim-flam voodoo economics. The idea was that, if you cut government spending, that will cause people to have more money because they're paying less taxes. And as a result, the economy will go up. And there's a bit of a flaw in that, which is that if the richest of the rich, they only invest their money if they can get a return on their investment. You and I, yes, if we have more money, we will spend it. But the richest of the rich, that's not the case. And that their money generally sits in bank accounts and gradually depreciates over time unless they think they can get a return on their investment. And you cannot cut your way into economic growth. And that is the premise behind neoliberal economics, right? After the fall of the Soviet Union, they said, oh, well, the reason that the Soviet Union is not where America is they have this big government sector. So we're just going to cut all this public spending. We're going to sell off government assets. We're going to get rid of the social safety net. And then that'll lead to economic expansion. And it didn't. It led to an economic disaster. And it wasn't until Putin emerged at the end of the 1990s, 1999, to reassert state control of oil and gas and use that government-controlled oil and gas revenue to, reinsert, spending. It wasn't until the state reasserted control over the economy that Russia's economy started to grow again at the end of the 1990s. And throughout Latin America, in country after country, Bolivia sold off its water resources, privatized its oil, and they didn't get any wealthier. And throughout the world, you just can't cut your way into economic growth. It just doesn't work that way. You cannot reduce the incomes of working people. You cannot cut subsidies that enable working people to buy food. You cannot get rid of the jobs of government employees. You cannot weaken the power of labor unions and make workers, get less pay. You can't just make everyone poorer and the economy gets stronger. It does not work. And while I'm quite happy that Donald Trump has won the election, and I'm quite happy that he's shutting down USAID, and I'm quite happy that Donald Trump is starting the peace talks with Russia, I do think that the economic ideas put forward by Elon Musk and others, this idea that you can cut your way into economic growth, it just doesn't work. And it's never worked anywhere in the world. And neoliberal economics is just a lot of flim-flam. They say, oh, well, there was a Chilean economic miracle because of Pinochet. Well, actually, the Chilean economic miracle didn't happen until the 80s. Pinochet took power in 1973, military dictatorship, overthrew the elected government, killed the communists, rounded people up in a sports stadium and tortured them, imposed very dramatic cuts, got rid of food subsidies, got rid of job guarantees, and it devastated the Chilean economy. And Chile's economy did not start, the economy of Chile did not start getting stronger until the 80s, when the state started renationalizing things, when the military under Pinochet started moving away from Milton Friedman free market economics. Neoliberal economics does not work. It failed in Latin America. It failed in the former Soviet Union. It has failed all across America. We have big problems with education in our country, but decades of school choice and privatizations and charter schools hasn't made it better. We have obviously problems with poverty in this country, but cutting food stamps, cutting aid to low-income families, it hasn't made things better. You don't generally make the economy better by cutting. You cannot cut your way into economic growth. You just can't do it. So you can't cut your way into economic growth. It's just not possible. You cannot cut your way into economic growth, and because of that, because you cannot cut your way into economic growth, the 1990s was a very, very devastating time. In the former Soviet Union, in all of the world, because after the fall of the Soviet Union, neoliberal economics was imposed everywhere because the main barrier to neoliberalism had been communists. Communists had built the labor unions. Communists had organized resistance movements. Communists presented the alternative to capitalism. And in addition to that, the reason that the USA tolerated the various military Bonapartist regimes throughout the developing world was also because of the threat of communist revolution. So the 1990s was just a wave of neoliberalism. And that's when I was a kid. I was born in 1987. So I was born when neoliberalism was just sweeping the world, and I saw it. And the way neoliberalism was justified was, we were always told, communism has failed everywhere that it's ever been tried. Communism has just never worked anywhere. The Soviet Union was poor and starving, and they collapsed. So that's why neoliberal reforms have to happen, and you can't have healthcare because everyone will die, just like in the Soviet Union. Neoliberalism was everywhere. The 1990s was the high point of neoliberal economics, where it was everywhere. And during the 1990s, the USA imposed vicious sanctions on Iraq, vicious sanctions on North Korea, vicious sanctions on Cuba. Cuba only had electricity for a few hours a day. Iraq, there was like 1.2 million people died as a result of not being able to get medicine and not having, chlorine to purify their water. And, the 1990s was a very, very bad time for the global working class and for people that were suffering. And that's the time period in which I was, growing and learning about politics as a young man. 1999, however, was a pivotal year in the history of America because it was a pivotal year in the history of America and the world. So 1999, Russian President Vladimir Putin took power in Russia, and he started repairing Russia's economy by, centralizing control of oil and gas. Hugo Chavez took office in Venezuela, and he ended neoliberal IMF reforms. He eventually put oil under state control and rebuilt Venezuela as a socialist country. The USA bombed Serbia, the only country in former Yugoslavia that had not yet dismantled socialism. Right, all the other former Yugoslavia countries had implemented the free market. Serbia was the last holdout of socialism, and so in the name of human rights, alleging that they were persecuting the Muslims because the Kosovo Liberation Army, funded by the United States and Saudi Arabia, was starting a Muslim insurgency against the Serbian government in the name of protecting the rights of Muslims. The government of the United States and the NATO coalition, the Germans in particular, they bombed and they devastated Serbia, and there was it was absolutely awful. Also in China, that's when China started regulating the internet, was in the year of 1999. And that was because the Falun Gong religious group was using the internet to, coordinate their protests against the Chinese government. The Falun Gong was a religious group that was against the Chinese Communist Party. Now they control and they run a newspaper called Epoch Times. They're a major anti-China communist group. And they were using the internet to stage protests to destabilize China. Also, in 1999, you had the very devastating massacre, the Columbine massacre, which was like the biggest, the first major school shooting. Right now, there's been a number of other school shootings since then, Sandy Hook and Virginia Tech and et cetera. But the biggest school shooting that had ever happened at that point, the Columbine massacre, happened in 1999. So 1999 was a pretty big year for me. And the year of 1999 and the following year, the year 2000, that's when I started to become politically aware. And there were two events that I directly participated in or were observed, I guess you could say. One was particularly massive and one was particularly small. And I got to see both of these events up close. The first was that in Ecuador, there was a malnutrition crisis caused by neoliberal economic reforms. The United States and the International Monetary Fund forced the government of Ecuador to adopt the US dollar as their currency and to sell off their state-run oil industry. And this devastated Ecuador's economy. And as a result, there was mass starvation in Ecuador. And I was a kid, I was 12 years old, and my dad took me to Quito, Ecuador, because he was leading nature tours in the Galapagos Islands, because my dad had kind of a side gig leading nature tours. He is a biologist, very much into Charles Darwin, et cetera. And, so he would lead these nature tours in the summertime in the Galapagos Islands. And the Galapagos Islands are owned by the government of Ecuador. So we flew to Quito, Ecuador in 1999 in the middle of a devastating famine. And I saw people starving on the streets. And I got off the airplane and I saw crowds of desperately poor, hungry people, which as a kid growing up in Ohio, I mean, yeah, there were kids at my school who grew up in trailers, there were, there was poverty to some degree, but not like what I was seeing. I mean, this is a photograph from that time of like the homeless children. There were just thousands of homeless children all over the city of Quito, Ecuador. Who'd come in from the countryside, and the malnutrition related deaths are it's at least 100,000 people died of malnutrition during this time. The people were fleeing the country en masse, and this was brought on by neoliberal free market capitalism. And that was something that I witnessed firsthand, and I didn't understand it at the time. The way it was explained to me was just that, well, these countries are poor because they don't have our American efficiency. They're not efficient and hardworking like we Americans are. But that's, I mean, it still was quite a big thing for me to see that level of poverty. And then the next year in Stark County, Ohio, where my mother was working as a librarian. This is a very small incident. I couldn't even find that many news articles about it. I did find one in the library's magazine. There was a strike in Stark County, Ohio, among the librarians. My mother was one of the librarians, and they went on strike, demanding higher pay and better security on the job. And so, as a fourth, fifth grade aged kid, I walked the picket lines with my mom, and I learned what a labor union was. And I learned about organized labor. My parents were really into folk music, and I'd heard the Woody Guthrie and the Pete Seeger stuff before. But when I walked the picket lines with my mom and I went to union rallies, I learned what a labor union actually was. And I learned what the working class was, the working class movement. I had not known anything about that. Well, then I knew about it. So that was my experience at the very end of the 1990s, the decade of neoliberalism, when I was about 11, 12 years old. So, as you all know, 9/11 happened, and September 11th was a devastating terrorist attack in which 3,000 Americans lost their lives. And afterwards, the U.S. government used that as an excuse to invade Iraq. And Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, even according to the official story. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. The perpetrators in the official story were Saudis, and Iraq was run by a secular Ba'athist Arab socialist government. But yet, the USA invaded Iraq. We were told that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, that they were going to kill us all with those weapons of mass destruction. And from about 2002 to 2007, there was a lot of protests in the United States against the war in Iraq. In the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, the U.S. left really did a shitty job, I must say. The U.S. left really did a bad job of responding to the events. For example, U.S. mainstream media was saying they hate us for our freedom. All right, that was the talking point, that these terrorists are just so opposed to freedom and the American way of life. They hate us for our freedom. And the response of the U.S. left was very weak. And most of the U.S. left major voices, Noam Chomsky, Howard Zinn, and others, they basically presented Osama bin Laden as if he was an anti-imperialist. They pointed out that the USA has committed all kinds of brutal, horrendous acts of violence around the world. True. And so they made it look like this was the people of the world striking back at the United States. And that's not what happened, because the Wahhabi forces of al-Qaeda were always on the side of the United States. In Chechnya, in Afghanistan, all over the world, the Osama bin Laden types have always been on the side of the United States. And the people fighting them have been Gaddafi, have been Saddam Hussein, have been Bashar al-Assad, especially in the Middle East region. It was the secular Arab nationalist governments and the socialists and the anti-imperialists. They're the ones that have been fighting those folks. So the idea that Osama bin Laden was a heroic anti-imperialist and this was the oppressed people of the world striking back against the American empire, that's not what happened. But that's the way mainstream media framed it, right? It was America with its freedom fighting against totalitarianism and fighting against these terrorists and their totalitarian freedom-hating ways. They were compared to the Soviet Union in neocon rhetoric very frequently. Compared to Nazi Germany, and that was the rhetoric that was used. And the left, they didn't listen to what the actual anti-imperialist governments were saying. They didn't listen to what China said, to what Russia said. They just kind of followed the same script as the American government, but seemed to sympathize with the terrorists, and it wasn't helpful. And furthermore, there have been questions about an inside job. I mean, there were a lot of people who said it was a little bit too convenient that 9/11 happened and asked questions about various aspects of what happened on 9/11. And that was not allowed to be part of the conversation. And if you brought that up, they would call you racist. If they'd say, "Oh, that's racist. You think a white guy had to have done it? Can't Arab people, carry out terrorist attacks? That's racist." If you brought it up, they would say that's anti-Semitic or that's a conspiracy theory. And so, at the same time that the left, basically repeated this narrative that Osama bin Laden was an anti-imperialist, which he was not, which was not what any of the anti-imperialist countries were saying. They also suppressed any conversation about a wider conspiracy about this attack being to the benefit of Israel, etc. So the left really dropped the ball in response to the 9/11 attacks. It was a PR disaster. And there were certain gatekeepers like Noam Chomsky, like Howard Zinn, who led that and were kind of assigned to police leftist spaces for the narratives. And you have to remember back then, being a leftist, being a socialist, being a communist, being a left critic of the American establishment was a pretty fringe thing to be, right? There were layers of people left over from the 1960s. There were layers of people on college campuses. There was people in the black community that were anti-imperialist, like Minister Louis Farrakhan and others. But largely, it was very non-mainstream. If you had a left-wing critique of U.S. society, even what we might consider now to be kind of standard, if you're talking about white privilege or racism, if you were talking about reparations, if you were talking about a lot of things that are now pretty mainstream, you were considered a marginal weirdo. And the communist groups and college professors talking about reparations and Noam Chomsky and the trans movement and all kinds of stuff was all just kind of grouped together in this weird fringe isolated place called the left. And when the USA invaded Iraq, the left got involved in protesting it. I went to these protests as a high school kid. I protested against the war in Iraq. And these protests were led by communists. But they were just collections of, I hate to put it this way, but it was a collection of the people that were viewed at the time as the political weirdos. It was the communists were in charge, but the libertarians were also there, and the LaRouche people were also there, and the John Birch Society and far right elements were also there. Alex Jones would be at these protests in D.C. walking around with his camera, and he was unknown at the time. No one had ever heard of Alex Jones. He was very fringe and unheard of, and it was just mainstream U.S. society. The two major parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, they supported the war in Iraq. The Democrats may have thought Bush wasn't doing it responsibly enough. He was alienating our European allies while he did it, but they supported the war in Iraq. And everyone who opposed the war in Iraq was considered to be far left and kind of on the margins. Now, people that were more connected with Europe, France opposed the war in Iraq, Germany opposed it. In Britain, there was a very big anti-war movement. But in America, even though, the public was it was pretty much 50-50 on the war in Iraq. The Iraq war protest movement was very much considered a fringe activity. And it had almost no support from the establishment. They would do stories in the newspaper. It was mainly Fox News that would cover the protests, and they would portray them as a bunch of traitors, people who hate America. And the liberal mainstream media would ignore the protests entirely. It was just, it was a fringe movement. But because communism had been the main source of opposition to U.S. foreign policy going back to the Vietnam years, communist organizations led the Iraq war protest movement. And I was a young person who was getting very interested in communism, so I was very, very well aware of that. The communist group that was really ahead of the game, in leading the Iraq war protest movement was the Workers' World Party. And it was the people in the Workers' World Party who eventually split to become the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Brian Becker and his clique of people that were in the Workers' World Party at the time, for years, they had been reserving permits in Washington, D.C., and setting up stages and having protests. So right after 9/11, they formed a new organization. They incorporated Act Now, Stop War, End Racism, Answer. And they started reserving permits and having protests. The first slogan right after 9/11 was, "Our grief is not a cry for war," which was kind of a pacifist slogan, and it was making clear that, we're sad about 9/11, but we don't want a new war. And then when it became clear the U.S. was going to, was threatening to invade Iraq, it became, don't invade Iraq, oppose the invasion of Iraq, U.S. out of Iraq and Afghanistan, etc. And that was the Answer Coalition, and they were run by the Workers' World Party, and they were very much ahead of the game. And they were widely attacked in the media because the Workers' World Party is a hardline Marxist-Leninist communist group. And they had supported Milosevic, and Ramsey Clark, who was, a former U.S. Attorney General who was leading these protests, had been Milosevic's lawyer at The Hague. He eventually became Saddam Hussein's lawyer when Saddam Hussein was arrested after the invasion of Iraq. And, the Workers' World Party, supported North Korea and such. And so the hit pieces on the Iraq War protest movement focused on, well, these protests don't go to them because maybe you're against the war in Iraq, but they're run by this scary communist group called the Workers' World Party. And then the leaders, eventually formed the Party of Socialism and Liberation in 2004. After the Answer Coalition started protesting the Iraq War, another protest coalition was formed called United for Peace and Justice. And it was led by the Communist Party USA, mainly Judith LeBlanc, who's a leader of the Communist Party USA, who's a Native American, and she lives in New York City, and she's just one of these professional leftists. She's been in the Communist Party USA, for a long time. She was part of Gus Hall's inner circle. Judith LeBlanc, and then there was Democratic Socialists of America and the Committees of Correspondence, which was a breakaway from the Communist Party led by Angela Davis. One of their organizers was a woman named Leslie Kagan. And United for Peace and Justice. And this is where Medea Benjamin and Code Pink come from. They were heavily involved in United for Peace and Justice. They were like a wing of United for Peace and Justice called Code Pink that was kind of focused. For a while, they were kind of focused on feminism, and they were like one wing of the United for Peace and Justice coalition. And I went to United for Peace and Justice rallies, and their rallies were much bigger than the Answer Coalition protests, way bigger. And they would have members of Congress who were against the war in Iraq, like Dennis Kucinich and Bernie Sanders, speak at their rallies. And they would have labor unions endorse their rallies and fund their rallies and such. And they were much bigger, but they also watered the politics down. I mean, it was very much pacifisty. I think Martin Luther King's son, Martin Luther King III, was involved in these protests. They were very liberal rallies, even though all the communist groups would be there. And most of the people in the audience were far leftists. But the rallies had a much more liberal vibe and were quietly being controlled by the Communist Party USA, Democratic Socialists of America, and Committees of Correspondence. And then there was a third group called Not in Our Name, which was run by the Revolutionary Communist Party. And they were technically part of the United for Peace and Justice, but they did their own thing. Their thing was that after 9/11, they got an ad in the New York Times that they got a lot of celebrities to sign. People like Barbara Kingsolver and Noam Chomsky, Howard Zinn, and Sean Penn. And they got all these celebrities to sign an ad in the New York Times. And their big thing is their rallies, they would use the earth, a blue flag with an earth on it. And it was not in our name. It was like a moralistic opposition to the war in Iraq. And they had the Pledge of Resistance, it was called. We believe that as people living in the United States, it is our responsibility to resist the injustices done by our government in our name. I think they had like a couple rallies in New York City where they got a huge, like, inflatable earth, right? And this huge inflatable earth, and they had their earth flags, and they would assemble a lot of hippies, basically. And they would say, not in our name, you're not going to wage these wars and torture in our name. And that was kind of their involvement in the Iraq War protest movement. And eventually, in Bush's second term, they changed not in our name to World Can't Wait, drive out the Bush regime, which was a campaign to drive Bush from office. But it was basically like a peace movement run by the Revolutionary Communist Party. And it was just, these were the major protest groups. And the funny thing about all these groups is, like, they were all together, right? If there was a United for Peace and Justice rally, the Workers' World Party would be there in big numbers, selling their newspaper. They'd have the Answer, contingent. If there was an Answer rally, United for Peace and Justice people would be there. If there was a Not in Our Name rally, Answer people, United for Peace and Justice people would be there. And they were all just the same. It was all the same people. Right. And it was very much, it was the protest gauge. It was a fringe group of people that were very disconnected. It was many boomers who had protested the Vietnam War. who had, formed these various communist groups and become the leaders of these communist groups. And they all knew each other and they all hated each other. There was intense rivalries, that they had with each other. They all knew each other. They all hated each other. They all thought each other were working for the government and were cops. And they ran these very fringe, isolated protests that did represent majority opinion, but nobody in the American establishment gave them a boost at all. And that's the important thing. That's what makes it different from now. Now the American elite are very, very divided. Back then they were not, right? The Democrats all voted to support the war in Iraq. The Democrats all thought these people were traitors. There maybe Dennis Kucinich liked these people, maybe Bernie Sanders liked these people, but for the most part, these protests were fringe, and the LaRouchites were there, and the libertarians were there, and Alex Jones was walking around doing interviews and filming for whatever he was doing, his local access TV show or whatever, and it was just a collection of kind of dissident fringe people that would gather, and C-SPAN would show them. And C-SPAN would show them as a way of saying, look how open America is. We allow these people to be there. And Fox News would stoke up a lot of hatred for these protesters, like they were all traitors who hated their country or whatever. And there was a lot of police brutality. A lot of the police were very conservative and considered these people to be unpatriotic. And it was kind of like a flashback to the 1960s. These were the hippies spitting on our troops, whatever. And that was the Iraq War protest movement. Right. Now, hold on. So after the Iraq War protest movement, around 2008, as Bush was leaving office, it was clear that Bush had messed a lot of things up. There was a Hurricane Katrina, in 2005. A hurricane hit New Orleans, and the Black community was left behind, and the Black community was treated horrendously during the hurricane, and people were left to die. It was pretty awful. And then the oil prices had gone up very, very high because of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and Russia had rebuilt its economy, and Venezuela and the socialist movement in Latin America had really taken off because the oil revenue and the oil money had enabled them to just really, really build a strong economy. And all of that led to, Bush was quite unpopular. And basically what was happening behind the scenes was that U.S. society was having a crisis of overproduction. And we all learned that in 2008, the housing bubble burst. Well, why did the housing bubble burst? What was going on? Well, Americans couldn't afford to keep buying homes. The wages of average Americans had gone down so significantly. The good paying industrial jobs were not there. Teachers were getting paid less. Government spending had gone down. The household debt, the cost of an education had gone up. The credit card debt had gone up. And Americans just couldn't afford to keep buying homes. And so in order to get Americans to keep buying homes when they couldn't afford it, the U.S. Government, Alan Greenspan, had approved and legalized all kinds of lending practices that were illegal. And that worked for a while, and Americans were getting mortgages to buy homes they couldn't afford. And there were a lot of what they called predatory lending, where it was like someone would, they'd get a mortgage on their house, and it would be a payment, for the first 2-3 years, it would be fine. And then, in the third year, it would triple. Their mortgage payment would triple. And of course, you can't afford that. If you're suddenly paying 3 times for your mortgage, you're going to lose your home. And so all across America, there were home foreclosures. The housing bubble burst. And really what it was that Americans couldn't keep buying houses because their wages had gone down. And so I always tell people all across America became homeless because there were too many houses. And that's what happened. And out, in Nevada, outside of Las Vegas, there were big tents of working class families that lost their homes and were living in tents in the desert. And that's when Skid Row, the area in Los Angeles where all these homeless people now live, where thousands and thousands of homeless people live for blocks. That's when it got started. And, Detroit was devastated. Cleveland was devastated. California was devastated. Big sections of the country, people were losing their homes in big numbers because there were too many houses. And this was a classic crisis of overproduction. And this is what forced me to learn the Marxist economics, because I was studying books about the Great Depression, and Fred Goldstein was leader of the Workers' World Party. He wrote a book called Low Wage Capitalism that explained this, and there was another book called The Future is Up to Us by Nelson Peary, and there was another book, there was another book called High Tech, Low Pay that had been written by Sam Marcy in the 1980s. And they explained that this was rooted in technology and the computer revolution, eliminating labor. And this was also, this was also rooted in the, in the crisis of overproduction. And this is when I really started to understand Marxism. Because, I had always understood Marxism as being kind of, the rich rule over us, and that's not democratic, right? The rich people, we didn't get to elect them, and they rule because they have the money, so we want to overthrow them. That's kind of how I thought of things. But during the financial crisis, I learned that, no, it's not just that. It's that capitalism has a built-in problem of the more wealth that's created, the poorer everyone gets, and that technological advances that save labor lead to everyone being impoverished. And I began to understand that every system in the past became outmoded because human creativity and intelligence had advanced beyond the narrow restrictions of that system. And now this is what I go around teaching, because I learned this stuff during the 2008 financial crisis, and it's extremely important. And I read these books, and I learned the stuff that we now talk about with socialist math. So I'm going to put this video on where I explained this during one of our conferences. This is very important to understand the built-in problems of the capitalist mode of production and why they lead to things like the 2008 financial crisis, and why artificial intelligence is only going to make these things worse, and why we need a planned economy. We need an economy organized by the state to serve the people because of the irrationality of the market. So I'm just going to put this clip on because this is important.
Explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, so I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
I very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right? If you're a factory owner, you're making a product, you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledged. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system.
Now, and what that points to is, like, why are self-driving cars not a good thing? All right, self-driving cars should be a great thing because it's labor-saving technology. But yet, in our irrational capitalist economy, self-driving cars would lead to riots in the streets and mass unemployment. That's the irrationality of the capitalist system. And the more efficient it gets, to produce products, the less labor power that goes into production, the lower the pay that workers get, and so their ability to buy back the product decreases, and also the lower the rate of profit because the employer can only extract value from human labor power. And so ultimately, you need the banks, factories, and industries to be rationally organized to have unlimited growth, because if not, you're going to keep having this problem that because human labor power produces wealth, technological advancement is going to lead to gluts of overproduction. And that's what was behind the 2008 financial crisis. People became homeless because there were too many houses, and the computer revolution was eliminating workers from the assembly line, and abundance had created poverty. And I learned those concepts, and I'm very thankful that I learned those concepts because they're not widespread. If you read any communist book from the Great Depression, William Z. Foster or Labor's Untold Story or R. Palm Dutt, they explain this, but this kind of knowledge is not very widespread out there. So I learned this stuff, and I'm very grateful that I learned it. Now, while I was living in Cleveland, I was in college, and after college, I was in Cleveland, and there was a lot of protesting against police brutality in Cleveland. And that was not a trendy issue to talk about at the time. I'll just tell you that. That was really not trendy to discuss. Nowadays, there's Black Lives Matter, but this was before Twitter had even been invented. And police brutality was not considered to be real. I went to a college in a suburb of Cleveland that was mostly white, and people told me that police brutality wasn't real. It was something made up. invented by black people as an excuse or whatever. That's what I was told. And many times I would tell people about the police brutality cases that I was working on with communists and going to court with family members. And they would say, well, that's not real. That's not real because, my uncle's a cop and he said it's not real. And people just didn't believe that police brutality existed. The black community knew that it existed. And communist groups talked about it. But for the most part, it was not discussed. Now, shortly after the financial crisis, about 2 years after the financial crisis, in 2010, I was leafleting with, there was a black nationalist group in Cleveland called Black on Black Crime Incorporated. It was a nonprofit. It was led by a guy named Art McCoy. And they were very much like what a communist organization would be in a healthier country, in a country where you had a stronger movement. And they had a meeting every Wednesday night. There'd be 80 or 90 people there. And they would talk about rent in the neighborhood, and they would talk about police brutality, and they would talk about safety, and they would resolve gang fights. They would be, work out gang truces. They would be, bring, peace between the gangs in the neighborhood that were fighting each other. And they did something every Saturday. They had what was called the hip hop workshop, which was like an open mic that they did. And they were very much an organization in the black community in East Cleveland that was dedicated to community empowerment. And many of the people involved were ministers that were quite socially conservative. They were very much against gay marriage. And there were a lot of Muslims involved, a lot of Sunni Muslims, a lot of former Nation of Islam kind of groups, a lot of Sunni Muslims, etc. And they were certainly quite socially conservative, but there was an anti-imperialism about what they were doing. They very much admired the Black Panthers. They admired Gaddafi. They admired anti-colonial revolutions. They were against the U.S. imperialist state, and it was from a largely black nationalist perspective, but they had a base, right? Because during the 1970s, there had been a very big upsurge of black community activism. And so in most major cities at the time, the early 2000s, you still had black radical groups that existed. And this group, Black on Black Crime Incorporated, they were a big deal in Cleveland. And their leader, Art McCoy, he had a radio show on one of the local radio stations that was dedicated to like black nationalism. They had their meeting every Wednesday, and the various communist groups would go and sell their newspaper to the people there. And they talked about police brutality, and it was a group that existed. And so, we were assigned to, as communists, we went to their meetings and sold them our newspaper and supported their activities in the black community. Then, so one day we were leafleting at Collinwood High School in Cleveland, Ohio, which is a very large high school on the east side of Cleveland. And the students told us they were planning a walkout to protest teacher layoffs, that the teachers had kind of been encouraging them to have a walkout because they were laying off teachers in the district. And so the police at the school chained the doors shut, and only a few of the kids actually got out of the school. And luckily I was there with my roommate at the time, and we video recorded what happened. And I will show you what I video recorded outside of Collinwood High School in Cleveland. This is what happened. It was pretty awful. This is the video that I shot in 2010.
got a couple kids that walked out the building. All you guys. How old are you? Y'all left school. You walked out. So guess what? Fuck up. Let it go. Let it go. They're both sisters. Let them go. Guys, quit acting that way. Y'all walked out, man. They walked out the building without operation.
No, because I'm 19. I don't give a fuck.
How old are you?
I'm 19. I'm grown. Okay, I'm on the car. Do you have to?
Yeah. That's crazy. Right now. Who else is going here? Take off on her.
Put your hands on your back now. Okay, I'm having an asthma attack.
You're about to get tasered. How do you?
Man, no. I'm calling my mama. No, but she's trying to go to jail.
Yeah, and as you can see at the end of the video here, the cop is actually pointing at me, right? The cop there, one who just stands up, he points at me, the one with the gloves on. He says, "Unless you want to go to jail," and that's when I turned around and started walking away. He then, proceeded to grab me and my friend and kind of shake us up and threaten us. But this video caused a lot of controversy in Cleveland. We obviously gave it to the local news. And they tried to say that this young woman had kicked the police officer. Now, if you actually watch the video, I'll slow it down. If you actually watch the video, that's not what happened, right? They flipped her. If you look at it, if you actually at the trial, they slowed the video down and they saw she was up against the car, and it was raining, and they basically flipped her. And she slipped, right? And she didn't kick them. They made it sound like she had kicked them. And I remember at the trial, they looked at this video, and the judge said, he said, "I watch wrestling with my son, kicking over your head, right? Kicking so high that your feet go above your head. That's a very complicated move. And that's called a drop kick." And that's very difficult. So there's no way that this young African-American girl did a drop kick and, managed to throw her legs up in the air and hit the officer in the face. It's not what happened. They flipped her. And they brutalized her. I mean, they almost, you see the knee on her face there. I mean, they practically killed her. I mean, it was pretty horrendous what they did to her. And then they charged her with assault. Well, luckily, my video got her acquitted in juvenile court. And what was interesting was the mainstream media did a hit piece on me, saying that I had organized the protest, which I did not. I just knew it was happening. And thank God I was there with my camera, or else none of this would have been recorded. But they made it sound like I had organized the protest, and I was putting, these African-American youth in danger, which was not the case. I just went down there. And so then Cleveland Scene, which was like the liberal newspaper in Cleveland, they ran an article giving the other side of the story, and they interviewed the mother of the girls saying, thank goodness, Caleb had been there, and then they covered the trial where she was acquitted in juvenile court, and you can actually read the articles. So I video recorded an act of police brutality, and and as a result of me being there, the young woman who was charged with assaulting an officer was acquitted. And you can read, there was a follow-up article in Cleveland Scene about young African-American woman, Deasia Bruno, was acquitted in juvenile court. And so that was the kind of activism that I did in Cleveland, right? I also gave classes. There was like a local bookstore where they were letting us do like Marxist discussion groups. I did as much as I could. Anyways, that was what I was doing in Cleveland. I moved to New York City. The reason that I moved to New York City was I couldn't find a job, basically. And the party moved me to New York City. And that was really the best thing that ever happened, because I moved there about a year before Occupy Wall Street started in September of 2011. And Occupy Wall Street was interesting. It was the Democrats trying to push back against the Tea Party and the Republicans. And so they convened these protests, and it was the CIA color revolution apparatus that put the protests on. A lot of people who'd been involved in, overthrowing Milosevic in Serbia, a lot of people that had been involved in, CIA color revolutions in Eastern Europe. It was very much organized from above, but the idea was that the Democrats would kind of gather a bunch of people to say they're against Wall Street people, and they want Wall Street to pay their fair share of taxes, et cetera. It's called Occupy Wall Street. Well, I was there, and I was the representative of the communist group I was in. I would sell their newspaper at the protests. I worked at an insurance firm, and every day I would go down to Occupy Wall Street and sell the newspaper. And eventually I was able to, become full time and start working for the International Action Center and Ramsey Clark full time. And I began representing Occupy Wall Street protests on international television, representing Ramsey Clark's International Action Center. And I was part of the Occupy Wall Street protests. And I will say that it was quite exciting. I mean, there was a lot of confrontations with the police and all of that. But it was also very, very frustrating. I think the biggest mistake, and I'll say this, that we should have viewed Occupy Wall Street the same way we viewed the Tea Party. The Tea Party protests that happened right after Barack Obama got elected, and that was largely suburban, white, conservatives against Barack Obama. And the Occupy Wall Street protest was largely, urban hipster liberal kids, and some of the traditional left, labor unions. There were some black activist groups, etc. But, and it was like one, the Tea Party was a mass mobilization to oppose Obama, and Occupy Wall Street was a mass mobilization to support Obama. And both of them were very controlled movements. And honestly, looking back, the correct response to both of those movements, we should have just viewed them both as a recruiting opportunity. There was no way we were going to control Occupy Wall Street. Absolutely no way we were ever going to control Occupy Wall Street. And the Tea Party shouldn't have been treated as the enemy. But that was our approach. The Tea Party were the enemy. They were fascists. And Occupy Wall Street was the beginning of the movement that we needed. It certainly was not that. I'll tell you that much. It was the beginning of toxic woke. And we should have, if we were genuine anti-imperialists, we should have just viewed both movements as a recruiting opportunity, as a place that people who were interested in politics were going, who we could engage with them, we could recruit them. I believe the Communist Manifesto, towards the end, Karl Marx ends it. He says, we support every rebellion against the existing order of things, but in all of them, we bring forth the property question. And that's what should have been done. And that's not what was done. We didn't support the Tea Party, even though it was a rebellion against the existing order of things. And we didn't, and in Occupy Wall Street, we didn't bring forth the property question. We just kind of tailed after it. And we were wrong in both of those cases, right? Both Occupy Wall Street and the Tea Party were Bonapartist maneuvers. The ruling class were fighting with each other about what to do in light of the financial crisis. And they were building movements for their own ends. And what's particularly interesting is that the Occupy Wall Street movement and the Tea Party were different from the Iraq War protest movement in that they both had support from above. Mainstream Republicans supported the Tea Party. Mainstream Democrats like Nancy Pelosi supported Occupy Wall Street. And that these movements, they involved lots of people, but they were not considered fringe. They were not considered marginal. They were kind of being used by people at the top. And that was the beginning of the process of capitalism in decay, right? That when capitalism enters a crisis, you get what's called Bonapartism, where different factions in the ruling class begin fighting with each other over who gets to have the power. And Obama and the Tea Party were, they were fighting with each other. And that's what Occupy Wall Street was. But what really was really important for me was Libya. So, right, 2011, you had the Arab Spring that was taking place. And unfortunately, in the United States, the left, we thought that the Arab Spring was a protest, was a revolution, because Barack Obama was president, because the Egyptian government was a government that had persecuted communists and was considered a puppet of the United States. And so there was a feeling that the government of Tunisia being overthrown by a mass movement of the people during a financial crisis, that this was going to lead to some kind of socialist revolution, that Egypt, the government of Egypt being overthrown, that was going to lead to it. And so there was a feeling that the Arab Spring was good. And the Arab Spring was not good. Ultimately, the Arab Spring made things worse everywhere except for Yemen, right? Everywhere except for Yemen, the Arab Spring really made things worse. But we had the attitude that we were building a movement, and that these were U.S.-backed dictators that were being opposed. But then we didn't support the overthrow of Gaddafi, and we didn't support the Syrian uprisings against Assad. And we saw those as being engineered from above. But we saw the Arab Spring protests as being somehow good, and we were wrong about that. I remember during this time, in the lead up to the Occupy Wall Street protests, there was an anti-war conference that I went to. It was the people that have now started the United National Anti-War Coalition. And it was one of these Trotskyites got up and was talking about how amazing the Arab Spring was, how amazing the Egyptian Revolution was, how amazing the Tunisian Revolution was. And one of the things he said is, oh, these revolutions in Egypt, these revolutions in Tunisia, these revolutions are so amazing because the Soviet Union is gone. And, if this had happened 30 years ago, the Russian Empire would have co-opted it, and the Stalinists would have co-opted it like they did in Cuba. But now, because there's no Soviet Union, the revolution in Egypt can create real democracy for the people. And I want to find that guy and smack him. I want to smack him because he couldn't have been more wrong. He couldn't have been more wrong. But that was the line that a lot of these, new left Trotskyites were putting out there. Oh, it's so great that the Soviet Union is not there anymore because now these revolutions are going to lead somewhere good. Well, you couldn't have been more wrong. The Cuban Revolution led to something good, right? The revolutions that happened during the Cold War led to something good. You can argue that maybe it wasn't good enough, but they led to something better. The Arab Spring did not lead to anything better. And I mean, it was absolutely infuriating. Even then, I knew that rhetoric was wrong, but that's the kind of thing that was floating around. And the kind of people that formed like Jacobin magazine and all that, they were putting out there that these CIA color revolutions basically were just so amazing. And even among like the tanky left, we had the illusion, well, this will set the stage for a real Marxist-Leninist revolution. No, it didn't. But a big moment for me was Libya, because Libya I knew about because Libya was a country that had an anti-colonial revolution and was led by Muammar Gaddafi, who was, a very close friend of the Soviet Union, who had Libya had even applied to join the Warsaw Pact. And Libya had been the most prosperous country on the African continent. And they had a so-called revolution against a dictator, Gaddafi, right? That's how they framed it. And my communist group, we were against it, but even we were pathetic in how against it we were. For example, in our newspaper, we constantly ran articles about how Gaddafi's a bourgeois nationalist, right? Not a real communist, right? And there were endless amount of, you don't have to like Gaddafi. And there was an endless amount of feeling that the protesters against Gaddafi and the people violently trying to overthrow him, because they identified with Occupy Wall Street, because they identified with the Arab Spring, that they were somehow good. They just were confused, or they were just being manipulated. And our defense of Libya was very, very weak. It was very, very weak and downright disgusting. One person who was in the Workers' World Party when I was in the Workers' World Party, who has moved on, she's now in the Party of Socialism and Liberation, named Joyce Chediak, right? She's an Arab American, and she was their main spokesperson during the Libyan war. And she went to Egypt, and she went to a conference of a bunch of Egyptian Trotskyites, and she just loved it. And she hated Gaddafi, and she would say, well, we support Gaddafi against U.S. imperialism, but he's a brutal dictator and he's an authoritarian, and we're hoping that one day the working class will overthrow him, not the imperialists. And it was really disgusting. And I was very, very much a supporter of Gaddafi. And so I went and I read Gaddafi's Green Book, which was the ideological document of the Islamic socialist movement that had created Libya. And I read Gaddafi's Green Book, and it said that the means of production were centrally planned and rationally owned. It said they were having an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial revolution. It even said their goal was to create a world of vast abundance where there's no need for a state. And I said, look, maybe Gaddafi is not a Marxist because he's a Muslim who rejects materialism, because he argues in the Green Book that having a dictatorship of the proletariat doesn't make sense in a Bedouin country. But, and he argues that small businesses should be allowed to exist, but no one should profit from housing. No one should profit from food. I said, there's no economic difference between China and Libya, between, Cuba and Libya, right? It's the same economic system, right? And they just have a different ideology. And I could not get a coherent political response from the leaders of the Workers' World Party about why Libya was not a socialist country. It wasn't a socialist country because they couldn't give a reason. Libya was not a socialist country because they don't espouse Marxism, Leninism. And I pointed out Libya had a much more planned economy at that time than Vietnam and China did. Cuba was having more market reforms than Libya was. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. And Libya had a huge record of solidarity with the Black Panthers, solidarity with Nelson Mandela, solidarity with the IRA and the Irish Republican Army, etc. And Gaddafi was a great anti-colonial hero, and the communists stabbed him in the back. And the overwhelming majority of communists, the Maoists, the anarchists, the Trotskyites, they supported the so-called revolution against Gaddafi because the protests were presented as being woke, right? Because there were guys in Che Guevara shirts and there were rainbow flags at the protests. They supported the CIA revolution against him. And there was a small minority of leftists who did defend Gaddafi. The Workers' World Party, the Party of Socialism and Liberation, some of the hardline, old like Maoist groups, the Revolutionary Organization of Labor, and the United States Marxist-Leninist Organization, which was a really tiny group in Buffalo, New York, that were followers of Enver Hoxha. They had like 12 members, and they drove down from Buffalo to have rallies to support Gaddafi. But it was really, really small. It was amazing to me how the communist left betrayed Gaddafi, and how even among the communist groups that did support Gaddafi, the support for Gaddafi was pathetic and cowardly, and they were constantly apologizing for doing it. Meanwhile, at this time, Alex Jones was a huge supporter of Gaddafi. And Alex Jones, I remember the interviews that Alex Jones gave from Libya, where he said, I usually am against socialism and communism, but here in Libya, it's actually working out pretty well. These people are doing pretty well. It's a kind of a weird kind of socialism, and they've got guns everywhere. I love these guns. I'm going to go shooting. And he went to a shooting range with Gaddafi's militia, and Alex Jones loved Gaddafi. Cynthia McKinney, the congresswoman, she defended Gaddafi. And actually the biggest mobilization to support Gaddafi was called the Millions March in Harlem. And it was called by the Nation of Islam, Minister Louis Farrakhan. And he got, 10,000 or so, 20,000 people to march in Harlem to support Gaddafi. But largely, the communist movement abandoned Gaddafi. And it was utterly horrendous. The most prosperous African country, a socialist revolutionary country that had been aligned with the Soviet Union, was destroyed, and the communist groups were fine with that. Mostly, and the ones who objected in a lame, pathetic way. And, there always had to be these cowardly denunciations of Gaddafi, and there always had to be some way he wasn't a real socialist. No, we don't want what Gaddafi. It was the most lame thing I'd ever seen. And what's particularly interesting is, so I was in the Occupy Wall Street Park the day that Gaddafi died. And what I thought was interesting was there were a number of people in the Occupy Wall Street Park on October 20th, 2011, who supported Gaddafi. But they were all Alex Jones fans. They were all libertarians, Ron Paul supporters. And they supported Gaddafi because Libya had been creating an independent African currency. And they were creating an independent African bank and African currency at the time that Gaddafi was killed. They were supporting Gaddafi, and they were pointing out that the USA was funding Muslim extremists, and that the people trying to overthrow Gaddafi were largely radical Muslims, Wahhabis funded by Saudi Arabia, the kind of people who did 9/11. And that, the kind of, the beginning of like Tulsi Gabbard kind of politics was emerging at the time. But all the communists, socialists, all the trust fund, people that were, professional NGO, activists at Occupy Wall Street, they all hated Gaddafi. And what I thought was interesting was a lot of the younger people who supported Gaddafi had this libertarian ideology. They thought America was communist. They thought that we just needed real capitalism. And I wanted to argue with those people because I wanted them to see that socialism was the answer. And the Workers' World Party didn't care about those people at all, right? They didn't matter, right? These young libertarians and whatever, screw them. They're all racist, right? They would call them racist. If they said anything critical of affirmative action or critical of anything, they're racist, they're right-wing, we don't want them. But they loved those NGO liberal kids, none of whom wanted to join them. None of those rich kids getting paid by George Soros NGOs to run Occupy Wall Street. None of them were ever going to join a tanky Marxist-Leninist Communist Party. But we bend over backwards to pander to the professional left, these, Harvard and Yale rich kids from rich families running LGBT NGOs. But there was no interest in recruiting the young white Alex Jones fans, the young Ron Paul supporters who actually defended Gaddafi. And they just immediately called them all racist, and they couldn't argue against their ideas, their economic ideas. They believed in libertarianism. They believed that real capitalism was the answer, and there was no interest in debunking their economic ideas. It was all just, oh, they're racist, etc. And that showed that the orientation was wrong. And that was my first sign that the orientation of the left was wrong. And I had just moved to New York City, and I'm from Ohio. And I remember everyone used to walk up to me and say, Caleb, I love your accent. I love your accent. And I'd be like, what accent? Right. It was like I was a rare specimen. I was from Ohio. Right. There were a lot of statements that were made. For example, I knew the Workers' World Party opposed gun control. But I remember one of the first days I was in New York, there had been a mass shooting somewhere. And one of the leaders of the party, this woman who was like a very prominent leader of the party, announced that we wanted to outlaw all guns under capitalism. And I was horrified. And I said something. I didn't even say anything to her. I didn't want to, I said something to somebody else about it. And it ended up being this big thing where I had disrespected a woman of color. And I had to do this whole public apology for having told my friend that I thought our position was that we were against gun control. I mean, it was this whole weird atmosphere where it was like, again, anyone who would ever consider voting for Ron Paul, anyone who, would have listened to Alex Jones is a racist piece of trash, is a neo-Nazi, is a Ku Klux Klan. We hate them. Meanwhile, these, garbage woke rich kids who are, who would never support Gaddafi in a million years, who just want to talk about LGBT and transgender, they're amazing people, and we should just bow before them, and we'll do leaps and backflips to denounce Gaddafi to please them. And that was their orientation. And that's when I realized leftism. I was realizing at that point that leftism was not the future. The next year, 2012, was the year of the Democrat National Convention. And it was held in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I spent 1 month in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I got to tell you, that was not a good month. I didn't belong there. Right? Because I was, we were basically, the Democrat Party basically arranged for us to protest their convention in the most pro-Democrat Party way we possibly could. Instead of being a march against the Democrat convention, it was a march against Wall Street South. It happened the day before the convention, didn't confront the convention. And the whole march was about, Republicans are racist, basically. I mean, it was, we had a non-protest against the Democrat convention. And it was awful. And I was involved in the planning of it. And I lived in this cheap hotel for about a month. And I supported myself by selling newspapers. I went to the North Carolina Gay Pride event. And I stood there and I sold communist newspapers. And I came home with $200. I sold 200 newspapers in a day, just standing there at Gay Pride in North Carolina saying, communist newspaper, get the latest issue, communist newspaper. And I made literally $200. I walked on with 200 $1 bills because people wanted to hear it. People were interested in hearing what communists had to say back then because no one was talking that way. And, and I just couldn't stand these liberal people. I mean, they all went to UNC Chapel Hill, UNC Greensboro. They were rich kids and they were all working for NGOs, liberal foundations, which I later found out some of them were paid for by big tobacco companies. Right. Because I guess, North Carolina, there's a lot of big tobacco companies that own property. And basically what these protest groups that they had, NGOs, they organized Black Lives Matter rallies, organized trans rights rallies. They had after school programs for low income African-American youth where these rich white kids would read stories to low income African-American kids and feel good about themselves. And, they had these programs and they were being paid for by big tobacco. And really it was to help gentrify North Carolina. I mean, there's people in the chat from North Carolina. I'd be curious what they think about it. But it was basically the property values in Chapel Hill and Greensboro and Raleigh, North Carolina are not very high. They can't gentrify those cities because woke hipsters don't want to live in the South because they think the South is right wing. So by paying paying, college kids to go around and protest around trendy liberal causes, they could raise money. And I was down there and I spent a month with these people. And I mean, they talked to me like there must be something wrong with me because I was actually interested in communism, right? The fact that I knew anything about Marx and Lenin, the fact that I defended North Korea and I knew about North Korea, there must be something wrong with me because clearly no sane person would be interested in that. All sane people are really interested in like 16 different new ways to be transgender. And I mean, it was absolutely awful. These people were not what I was. I mean, I considered myself a communist. They were not. They were woke liberal activists who happened to be in the same group as I, and they did not like me. They looked down on me because I was working class. I mean, they basically thought I was white trash is basically what they thought I was. I was white trash. And I wasn't a JEW, right? And that became a thing I noticed also. Now, these groups are very anti-Zionist, but there's a feeling that, that everyone who is a Christian wants to kill the Jews. And I heard that a lot, right? There's this belief that, anyone who's Christian, anyone who's religious secretly wants to kill all the Jews, I was told by a leader of the Workers' World Party, she told me at one point that everyone in Ohio, where I'm from, thinks Jews are born with horns and tails. And that, because I'm a white guy and because I grew up in a small town in Ohio and I had a Christian background, clearly I was in the Ku Klux Klan as far as these people were concerned. There is a cultural and ethnic bigotry that these kind of rich white people have. And many of them are Jewish, and it comes from the Holocaust, and it comes from years of persecution, right? But even though right-wing evangelical Christians are the biggest supporters of Israel, they're more pro-Israel than anybody. There is this weird belief among like left-wing, middle-class Jewish activists that all white Christians are Nazis who want to kill them. Right. And that came across. And because I knew people who were Republicans, because when I saw somebody who was a conservative, I would engage with them. Right. And that was a big problem, too. Right. We were protesting in North Carolina. A conservative would walk up and he'd say, well, I hate Obama, and I would talk to them. And why would you talk to a person like that? They're just evil. It was this, they really just hated non-Jews and red state people on an ethnic level. It's not about politics. It's just ethnic. And there's a white savior complex. They view black people as the victims of the evil white trash, right? And they want to team up with the black people to fight, the white trash. I mean, and I hate to put it that way, right? Because that sounds very crude and it's not fair to black people, right? Black people in particular. I mean, Minister Farrakhan certainly doesn't appreciate this. And there's a lot of black leaders who don't appreciate that condescension towards the black community. But that exists, right? And there's this white savior complex, and there's just this gut level hatred for non-Jews. I saw that. And to be fair, I don't think it's blatantly non-Jews, right? If I had been like from a wealthy family and I was Italian, if I'd been from a wealthy family and I'd grown up as an Irish Catholic, but I'd gone to Yale or Harvard or something, they might have treated me differently. So it's not simply the non-Jew thing. There is this weird like victim complex that is part of Zionism. But it's class more than anything. But it's, the wealthy white people who dominate liberal activist spaces. They very much view low-income white people as the enemy, right? Low-income white people are the enemy as far as they are concerned. I dealt with that. And what was interesting was it was like, for me, and I'll just throw this out there. For me, why would I ever become a communist, right? Well, I did all kinds of research and reading. I grew up in a small town and I did research on my own and I investigated things and I learned about it. And for me, being a communist was a very intellectual thing. I had to unlearn a lot of the propaganda I was being taught. I had to change how I viewed things. But for these people, there was no intellect involved at all. They were communists because when they were in high school, that's what everybody did, man. They went and protested, they protested the system, brother. And these people, it was just the trendy, hip, cool thing to do when you were in high school, to grow your hair long and smash windows and give the middle fingers to cops and say, Black power, brother. That was the cool thing to do when they were in high school, and they never grew out of it. a lot of them. And then their kids, which are my generation, their kids grew up in a household with that, and their kids all wanted to be punk rock anarchists and have nose piercings, etc. And so I was in this group, and I was, and they would always say to me, "Why are you in this? Like, why would you become why are you doing this?" They would always say, and I'd say, "Well, I read books, I learned about it. Why would you do that?" Right? It didn't occur to them. This was like a cultural thing, right? And I learned this was it was a 3-generation thing. Their parents had gotten off the boat from Poland or Lithuania or Russia or wherever, and their parents had been in CPUSA in the 30s. And their parents had been quite poor during the Depression. A lot of them had gone to college on the GI Bill or gone to college at City College in New York City or whatever, and they'd been quite poor during the Depression, and they'd been in the Communist Party because the Communist Party in New York City and in Chicago and places like that was a party of immigrants, and it was a party of desperately poor immigrant, low-income people. So they'd all been in the Communist Party. And then McCarthyism had come, and some of them had chickened out and ran away. Some of them had stuck with it or whatever. But, they had kids who grew up in a household thinking McCarthyism was bad. They had kids who grew up in a household thinking that being a communist wasn't such a bad thing. Their parents might tell nostalgic stories about protests where they went out and fought with the police and, and all of that. And so then their kids, during the time of the Vietnam War, their kids who had, they were now in the middle class, right? These people had gone to college, they, had become lawyers or business owners or whatever. Their kids now grew up in the middle class, and they'd gotten a digest of communism's not so bad when they were kids, and kind of a being against the system or whatever. And so when they were getting draft notices to go to Vietnam, it was no. And so they ended up becoming Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, the Weathermen, the anti-Vietnam War movement, and they would join the Socialist Workers Party or one of the new communist movement, groupings or whatever, and they became, the anti-war movement. And then their kids who were like another generation middle class, a lot of their kids just didn't give a shit, right? And that's what I would hear all these older communists complain about. They'd always say, well, my kids just don't give a shit. And my kids hate communism. And a lot of times there was resentment. They feel like their parents hadn't been there for them. Their parents hadn't raised them. They'd been neglected because their parents were always doing communist stuff. That was a really common thing. And their kids really just didn't care about communism. But some of their kids got into punk rock, got nose rings, and they would, they liked Mumia. They thought Mumia was innocent. They listened to Anti-Flag, and they got jobs at like labor unions and liberal NGOs and that kind of thing. And they were called themselves anarchists, and they're like woke people now, right? And that's kind of, and it's like a 3-generation thing. And, their kids, the idea of supporting North Korea, supporting Gaddafi is something their kids would never even think about, right? Their parents might have done it, right? And their grandparents might have, but they would never even think about that. It doesn't even occur to them. They're more concerned about, I don't know. So and that's who the left in America is. And that's why it's doomed, right? It's a doomed demographic. And it's basically, these people are just the functionaries of liberal NGOs, of George Soros NGOs at this point, if they're even political at all. And it's very much, that's the left, and I'm not from the left. I'm from a small town in Ohio. There's, I don't know much what more I can say about it, but it's just, that's why I didn't fit in with these people, was because, I didn't grow up to be this way or whatever. I learned it on my own. I took it seriously. I cared about things they did not care about. It was not a cultural thing for me. It was not a way to fit in and be cool. It was a way to actually wrangle with big questions and question things. So anyway, 2013, I was able to go to Quito, Ecuador, to the World Youth Festival. And this is pictures from our trip to Quito, Ecuador. All right, so the picture on the bottom there is with the blue shirts, that's the Kim Il-sung youth of North Korea, and that's the Syrian youth of the Ba'athist Arab Socialist Party. But I went to the World Youth Festival in Quito, Ecuador, and that was very much like a life-changing experience for me, to go to that festival and meet communists from around the world and see how different they were from American communists, and listen to them say, what is wrong with American communists? You guys are so weird, and you guys, you're nothing like what we are. And that was very meaningful for me. And that was a very emotional trip where I was wrangling with these big questions. And I was wondering, why is my communist group not growing in the United States? And I would hear these communists from other countries say to me what I had always thought, like, why don't you build, a more populist oriented movement? Why don't you, popularize figures like, Abraham Lincoln and et cetera? Why can't you study the Bolivarian movement and build something like that in your country? All those questions were ringing in my head. And these communists that I met, they were wearing suits and ties. They were very professional. They could explain their ideology up and down. They were a different breed than American communists were. So then in 2015, I don't know, that's a typo. That was from the old, I'm sorry. Hold on. Well, I can't change it now, but that caption's from another page. But I went on an Iranian Red Crescent ship mission in 2013 or in 2015 to deliver medical aid to Yemen. Let me see if I may have to change the slideshow here because that error was quite significant there. Because it made it sound like I was on the ship with the Syrian communists or whatever. Are we okay here? Yeah, we're okay. All right. So I went on this ship to Yemen. Disregard the Syria part there. That doesn't fit. But I went on this ship to Yemen. I was invited by the Red Crescent Society to accompany a humanitarian rescue ship to Yemen. One thing I want to say is, the ship to Yemen that I went on, this really happened. Okay. There are certain people who shall not be named that every time they travel to any country now, they almost died. They almost got killed. And, I'm not there. I don't know what's happening, but, I'm curious why they're making that claim when I don't see that in the media reports over there. However, when I was on this ship to Yemen, I can show you, this is the Reuters news article about the ship. It created an international incident. It was a really big deal when I went on that ship to Yemen. It was a very, very big deal. Go and read all about it. This really happened, and it got a lot of press coverage, and it was a big incident that Iran had sent this ship to Yemen. And on that ship, we were set to arrive on a certain date, and then they bombed the port of Hodeida 8 times in a single day to prevent us from delivering our medical aid. They were prepared to attack the ship. They had Sudanese mercenaries positioned around the port we were supposed to dock in that would have unloaded on the ship with rocket launchers. They were ready to kill us if we had actually arrived. They did not want this Iranian ship to deliver medical aid to Yemen. And it was a life-changing experience to go on this ship to Yemen. That kind of brings us to where CPI started. That was all the backstory. And now we're getting to the roots of CPI. So I was on the Gulf of Aden on this ship. And on this ship, I was on this ship for 13 days. There was only a handful of people on the ship who spoke any English. They were all Shia Muslims, very, very religious, observant Shia Muslims. And when I had first come to Iran, a few months prior to that, I'd had my first visit to Iran. This was my second visit to Iran. When I'd first come to Iran, they had assumed that I was from Brooklyn. When I got to Iran and they found out that I'd grown up in a small town in Ohio, that I was from a Christian background, they were very excited to meet me. And they said, you're really important because, guys from Ohio like you, they want to kill us. They think we're all terrorists. And you have a very important role to play. I was like, wow, I thought that was quite interesting. So I'm on the ship. Before I got on the ship, they asked me if I believed in God. They said, you have to believe in God to get on the ship. And I said, yes. It was interesting because I wasn't sure. I kind of believed in God, I guess you could say, but I was also kind of still a communist atheist, but I was kind of open to the idea of a God. And I knew I really wanted to get on the ship. So I said, yes. I said, yes, I believe in God. I got on the ship. And then I realized after I was on the ship, what a big deal. What a really big deal this ship was. Right as we were set to leave, one of the people who was supposed to get on the ship with us pitched a really big fit. It was a guy from Code Pink, and he pitched a really big fit, and he would not get on the ship. And he was like, no, and he was trying to get me to not get on the ship. He said, you're going to be charged with terrorism. You're going to be, you're going to be charged with terrorism. And, if you get on this ship, you can't do this. This is this is not neutral enough in the war in Yemen, and you can't get on the ship. And, and I said, you know what? I didn't go all the way from New York City to Iran, all the way from Iran to southern Iran to wait in a hotel for 4 days to get on a ship and not get on the ship. So I'm getting on the ship. And so I got on the ship, and I was the only American citizen on the ship. And it was a really big deal. And as soon as we took off, I started seeing the news reports in international media about how outraged they were that this ship existed. Israel proclaimed that we were smuggling weapons to Yemen, which we were not doing. It was a medical vessel. We had flour. We had medical supplies. And that was later proven when we were docked in Djibouti. They unloaded the ship. There were no weapons, and the Times of London called it a propaganda coup for Iran when it was proven that we didn't have any weapons on the ship. But they were saying that we were smuggling weapons to the Houthis in Yemen, and that a strike by Saudi Arabia or Israel onto our ship would be justified. And they were, and they were reading us this stuff. And then at one point, an American military plane nosedived over our vessel just to kind of intimidate us. So I'm on this ship, and I'm like, oh shit, this is a really big deal, right? I'm the only American on this ship. There was a German citizen, there's a French citizen, and I'm on this ship on my way to Yemen, where there's a revolution going on. Sorry, trying not to get emotional here, where there's a revolution going on by some of the poorest people in the world. And I'm on this ship trying to deliver them medical aid. And my own government is talking with their allies in Saudi Arabia and Israel about whether or not I can be killed. And it was like, wow, like, how did this happen? Like, I'm like, what in the world am I doing here? Right. And at one point, there was a German guy on the ship who was I guess he had a background in German intelligence, and now he's kind of a fringe political activist in Germany. He was talking to me, the German guy. And I remember he said to me at one point, he said, like, we were talking, and he said to me, like, you're a communist. And I said, yes. And he's like, you're a real communist, right? And I was talking about Ernst Thälmann, the leader of German communism in the 1930s and the 1920s. And he's like, wow. He's like, you know about Ernst Thälmann. You must be a real communist or whatever. And I said, yeah, and I started talking about German history and Ernst Thälmann. And he looked at me and he said, you do realize we're in the middle of the Gulf of Aden right now, Caleb. We're in the middle of the Gulf of Aden. We're on a ship chartered by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're on our way to Yemen. This is real life. And he was basically saying to me, this isn't a history book, Caleb. This isn't you sitting there reading about German history and about Ernst Thälmann and all this. This is real life, my friend. Like, we're in the middle of real shit right now. And I remember sitting there and going, oh, wow, he's right. Like, this is real. This is not. And that was big for me. So anyway, so I'm on this ship. And the Iranians are very religious, very, very religious. They have, like clocks, like timers set for when they pray, right? And they pray 5 times a day. And religion is like, it's funny because when I was a kid, I would get very annoyed because the people I grew up around, if you would ask them, you'd be disagreeing with your teacher. They'd say, well, that's just kind of like what Moses did. And I'd be like, no, it's not, right? And that the Bible was like the reference for everything. Right. And that this is like Abraham, or this is, and I would always be kind of annoyed that kids at my school talked that way, because I just thought you're like disconnected from reality. It's like, that doesn't apply in this situation. That's how the Iranians talked. Right. Everything got back to some of those Old Testament stories. Everything got back to Moses or Jesus or Abraham or Ezekiel or whatever. And, and they were like very, very religious, and they talked in religious terms. And because religion is what they are all about. And I was on the ship with very hardline Shia Muslims, right? I was on the ship with Muslims who really, really disagree with the reformist leadership of Iran at the time, right? Iranians who didn't approve of the Iran nuclear deal, many of them. And they wanted to talk about religion nonstop. And they were quizzing me about the Bible and about, about Moses and Abraham and about the end times and about Jesus being the Messiah versus Jesus being a prophet and just about everything. And so every day for 13 days, we're talking religion nonstop. I mean, it's just a nonstop conversation about religion. And what's interesting is like all my religious training is coming back to me. I used to go to vacation Bible school every summer with my grandmother. So anyway, I remembered, I remembered being a child and going to this vacation Bible school in the middle of Ohio, right? In this church that was completely surrounded by cornfields. You could not see another building from this church, right? It was just like as far as you could see, it was cornfields. It was a little white Lutheran church in the middle of Ohio, in a rural area where my grandmother went. Really tiny Lutheran church. And I would go there every summer for vacation Bible school. And so I was on the ship, and I started dreaming about that church. And it would be these very eerie dreams where it was like I was walking through the cornfields and like seeing the church from a distance, or I was in the church and it was completely empty and it was sunny outside, and I just kept flashing back and dreaming that I was in that church again. And it was a very, very bizarre feeling, and I didn't know what was going to happen. And I didn't necessarily know that the people I was on the ship with were telling me the truth about where we were going. I didn't know if we were going to end up going to Yemen or what was happening. And needless to say, I had a religious experience. I had a religious awakening. It was amazing to reconnect with God in the way that I did. And, I can't really explain it. It's not the kind of thing you can explain. If you're a deeply religious person, you can relate to this. If you're not, you can't. But I reconnected with God, and I didn't convert to Islam. I became a Christian again. And I got off that ship in Aden, or I got off that ship in Djibouti, in the African country of Djibouti. And when I got off that ship, I was a Christian. And, getting from Djibouti back to Iran is a whole nother story. It's a wild story because, Djibouti is just crawling with U.S. military contractors, and we had to like buy our tickets in the U.S. embassy. And it was a very wild story. But anyhow, and I remember I was in, like, there's a hotel that's like in the complex in Djibouti that the U.S. embassy is in. And I walked into the hotel and there was like a buffet, and there were all these guys from West Virginia, in the hotel. And I'm just like, wow, I've been surrounded by Middle Eastern people. And I walk into the hotel restaurant in Djibouti, in this African country. And there are a bunch of guys from West Virginia wearing military khakis. They're all like Blackwater Academy military contractors. It was pretty wild. So anyway, I ended up back in Iran. And when I was in Iran, they took me to see the supreme leader of Iran. I saw the supreme leader speak, and I was in a room with 20,000 people chanting "Death to America, Death to America." And that was, it really just made me think about the responsibility that I have as an American living at the center of imperialism. And it really just forced me to do this double take and be like, what am I doing? And we have to take this seriously. And that's really what hit me the hardest. And that's really where CPI came from, is the religious awakening that I had in the Gulf of Aden, and the realization that we have to take this seriously, right? I'm tired of fooling around. I'm tired of not accomplishing anything. We need to get shit done for real. And it's time to build a real movement to oppose imperialism. And that I had a great responsibility as a guy from Ohio, as an American who was an anti-imperialist, who stood with Gaddafi, who was there standing with the Houthis and with the Iranians. I had a responsibility that we must stand against imperialism, and we can't fool around anymore, right? And the Occupy Wall Street stuff and all of that, like, this is real life. People are really dying, and we can't be stupid. We can't be foolish anymore. We have to take this seriously. And when I came back to the United States, I was done with the Workers' World Party. It took me a couple more months to finally leave, but my patience with them had run out, because I saw in the Gulf of Aden, number one, I reconnected with God and with my Christian faith. But number two, I realized that we have to take this seriously, that the job that we have to do to defeat imperialism here in America is so important, and building an anti-imperialist movement in this country is so important, that we can't fool around and we can't be wasting time. And my patience with, the left had run out. So what happened? Well, I kept getting international conference invitations, and my career took off. I was basically out of the Workers' World Party, and really the Trump campaign was like the last straw for me. The fact that all these Americans were voting for Trump because he said he was going to stop the wars, because he said he was going to fight Wall Street and fight the bankers, and there was no desire to talk to them or engage with them. The whole thing was just, oh, they're racist, and they were all just trying to be part of the Stop Trump movement. I mean, I really had nothing for them. So anyhow, I was reporting. I became a reporter for RT. But I'm very, very interested in ideology and stuff. And so we formed Students and Youth for a New America. And that was the name of an organization that we formed. And I did not form a new party, right? And there are all kinds of people that, when I was out of the Workers' World Party, when I was still talking about communism on social media and stuff like that, there are all these people saying, oh, you got to go start your own party. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that, because it would be a joke, right? I mean, and none of these parties mean anything, right? The Workers' World Party, the Communist Party, USA, none of these parties mean anything. And so I'm not going to start a new party. I started a club called Students and Youth for a New America. Shout out to Gavin. Gavin is a SINA alumni, right? He was part of Students and Youth for a New America way back then. He was a former member of the Workers' World Party who liked Gaddafi. Gavin was with me back even in these days, 2016. 2016, we started having classes in New York City for Students and Youth for a New America. It was never a formal organization. We never had any dues that anybody paid. It was never incorporated. I think Gavin started a club at one of his colleges. I think at one of the colleges, like community colleges he went to in Illinois. It was never a real organization. It was just kind of an association, Students and Youth for a New America. And, I taught classes in New York City. Some students from New School University would come to the classes. But it was never really a group. But you can watch. I gave some good presentations back then. I gave a class on what is neoliberalism. I gave a class, Mao Zedong and American Socialists, that Carter was watching recently. I gave a class called What is Scientific Socialism? And it was a way that I could teach what I had learned about imperialism and about capitalism, etc. And I think some of those classes are pretty good, and they're still on YouTube, and people still watch them. They were worth doing, and I'm glad I gave them. But that was Students and Youth for a New America. So then, life continues. I'm giving a class here and there in New York City. I gave a class like Is America the New Rome and Will It Fall? I think was the name of another class that I gave. So around the time of the pandemic, right before the pandemic, I was doing YouTube live streams, and I was invited to debate Destiny, Stephen Bunnell. And so I didn't even know who Destiny was. And, he had me on there, and the idea was that I was a tanky. I was like an extreme socialist, and he was debating neo-Nazis at the time. So it was like, to get cred, he was also going to debate a communist. And I wiped the floor with him. I just wiped the floor with him, and I will show you a couple clips from my debates with Destiny, because they were absolutely wild. You know, let me see if I can, right? If I can, let me see if I can find a clip from the Destiny debates, because that was, those debates with Destiny were quite awesome. He didn't know what was coming. He thought first of all, he spent the first half of the debate trying to get me to make a really, really complicated model of what socialism would be. And I refused to do that because that's idealism. He wanted me to, draw a utopian blueprint for a socialist society. And I refused to do that. So then after that, he just started arguing with me the standard socialism, communism's never worked anywhere in the world. And I brought facts with me and quotes from, actual articles and news events. And he had nothing for me. I mean, it was just, he had nothing to respond to that with. Right. Oh, here we go. All right. Yeah, here we go.
People don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela, very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to, wait, which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
The rate of state ownership in Venezuela is actually much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait, how is that a response? No, you wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay. If you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there, that it was just because oil collapsed, that's why that country fell apart, is absolutely not true. And that no person that has been involved.
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption, that it was very specifically. Okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela fell. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other OPEC countries.
An oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? The oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector accounts for roughly, sure. So I'm just looking this up. Sure. I'm literally I'm looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is.
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have people.
You're not allowed to.
From Saudi Arabia crying that they're
in the country that are guest workers, slaves. Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that, and Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So look, I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result of 2014.
They did suffer.
Go ahead and let Destiny. Go ahead and get your point in.
The fact that Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States. Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity economy.
Why is that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right, and you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you, and yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves, and I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge. Now, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC or CNN. None of them can admit
MSNBC or CNN
with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I getting real? Let's not
extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying?
I don't think Destiny wants to. I don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
I'm not here to.
Well, I appreciate your honesty because everyone tells me all the time everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank you.
Thank you
for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
so I haven't
make that claim.
Anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said? Why don't they say
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that like all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And like that is a lie, and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor.
Yeah. I'll show you a couple other clips from that debate. That was absolutely epic because he didn't know what he was preparing for. I mean, it was this arrogance that, it never occurred to him, right, that I might have any points on my side, right? It's the arrogance that they always bring with them to the debates where it's, it's that, I mean, no one could possibly think that communism or socialism has ever been successful. So they must just be an idiot. So I'll be, it didn't occur to him to do any homework or prepare for it. Right. It's this arrogance that you always use against them. It's pretty classic. I mean, and this is really why this was my contribution. I talked this way before anybody did. Right. I will say that, that there are other people now that have stepped forward to talk this way, but I talked this way before any of them did. And it certainly wasn't trendy to talk this way, but I did. And that the bread tube universe had emerged, and Peter Coffin can tell you that whole story. He was more involved in the origins of the bread tube universe. But in bread tube, there was this like kind of woke, anti-communist leftism that was being created. And, here's a particularly epic moment for that debate as well.
To you from the New York Times. Under NAFTA, as a result, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. 25% of the population does not have access to basic food, and 1/5 of Mexican children suffer from malnutrition. As the U.S. heavily subsidized corn and other staples poured into Mexico, producer prices dropped and small farmers found themselves unable to make a living. Some 2 million people have been forced from their farms, right? Mexico's not producing its own food. It's a captive market. It's importing American food, and it's devastated the country. Mexico is poor, and American agribusiness stays rich. That's capitalism. That's why we had the American Revolution. The British Empire was trying to tell us here in the United States that we couldn't develop our own industries. We had to buy from the British. And as a result, we had a revolution so that we could develop our own economy. And the same thing the British Empire was doing to us, capitalism and the huge multinational corporations are doing around the world, keeping countries like Haiti, countries like Nigeria, countries like India captive markets. And countries are constantly fighting to try and break out of this. And the socialist revolutions of the 20th century, they didn't happen in Western Europe as Marx had predicted. They happened in the developing world because capitalism was keeping these countries as impoverished captive markets without their own industries, without their own economic growth, and keeping them as basically vassals, as dependent states, client states that are impoverished and suffering. And socialism was those countries breaking out, planning their economy, and industrializing.
Because I talked with Kyle Kalinske about this. I don't know. I would love to read where these bizarro anti-NAFTA studies are coming from. I've seen like very pointed anti-NAFTA like propaganda that will hyper focus on like specific industries that say like, well, corn markets were disproportionately impacted in Mexico and so many jobs were lost here. But like Mexico was one of the large winners in NAFTA, and this is something that I've seen like universally heralded. Like exports under farm exports in Mexico. Well, you can't say sure to that. You just literally told me that NAFTA took a shit all over Mexico's economy. Wait.
So the New York Times agrees with me. The headline of the article is "Under NAFTA, Mexico suffered and the United States felt its pain." November 24th, 2013. I guess they're lying to hurt American capitalism or something.
I'm sorry. Are you literally citing me an op-ed to tell me that opinion piece is somehow reflective of the economic consensus on NAFTA?
Yes, I'm citing the statistics in that op-ed. Yes. I'm citing something that even the New York Times admits, that Mexico has been
The New York
very
Times,
badly hurt by free trade.
The New York Times is not an economic journal. Why are you telling me that even the New York Times? Also, wait, is this, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Is this article, what's the author of this article?
The author is Laura Carlson.
Wait, what is her background? Is this literally like an opinion piece, or was this written like
a statement against interest? The New York Times is a defender of Western capitalism. The fact that even they would admit what it has done to Mexico, I think, is very strong. Or while we're at it, I have the CIA World Factbook statistics of life expectancy in front of me. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years. The Dominican Republic, another country in the Caribbean, it's part of the Western capitalist system, 71 years. Jamaica, 74. Honduras, 71. Guyana, 68. Mexico, 76. Guatemala, 71. Haiti, 64. Come on. Right? Capitalism's the answer. Why are all these countries that are part of the free trade system, or part of the global capitalist system, impoverished? And Cuba, a country with a centrally planned economy, has achieved a much higher life expectancy.
Okay, I don't know about life expectancy. We're jumping onto a totally different argument. Okay, so like, somebody linked me this article, so just reading it, right? Like this person literally says like damages were done to like Mexico's agricultural sector. It doesn't mention the massive gains made in the industrial sector. Hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs were created in Mexico. I think it's like 20% of car imports in the United States come from Mexico. These are jobs that paid citizens more money than the farming jobs, that led to a greater industrialization of Mexico in these parts. She literally in the next like paragraph of this article just says, well, as a result of some of these agricultural practices, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. That's not a causal link. Like how many Mexicans, like this is.
They owned their own farms beforehand, and now they're in food poverty. They're not even producing their own food.
Wait, so you're telling me that prior to NAFTA, every citizen of Mexico was well-fed, totally well-nourished, had all sorts of like. No, come on, this is ridiculous.
Ms. Carlson's article is that it made conditions worse, and I think if you look at the narco drug-infested chaos that's involved in Mexico, if that were happening in Venezuela, we'd be told, see, socialism did it. But it happens in Mexico, and we're told, oh, I've even had a lot of libertarians try to tell me that Mexico must be socialist because it's poor, right? Because everyone knows capitalism leads to prosperity. That's simply not the facts.
I can't argue against a New York Times op-ed on this.
Yeah, let's stay away from doing that.
If you want, like we can take because I've read so many like
that defends the free market system.
The New York Times does not defend economic. I don't care what the New York Times says about the economic impact. Now, if like Krugman or somebody's like, or Krugman is writing an article or something talking about like a specific, like I'm sure I'm interested in reading that. Or if Borjas is writing something on immigration and he submits an op-ed, but random like people writing articles in the New York Times, I'm going to appeal to like the wider studies that look at like NAFTA's economic impact. Or we can read things from like the Council of Foreign Relations, or we can read things that are published in like different economic journals to see like the actual impact. I'm like appealing to a single opinion article on the New York Times.
I think that people throughout those sources you listed would agree about the conditions in many of the capitalist countries of the world. I mean, this is the CIA World Factbook. I just read you the life expectancies throughout the countries nearby Cuba and compared them. What?
What does that prove? What does life expectancy prove?
What is? Yeah, right. Who cares if people die sooner? I mean, oh, okay, all right. It doesn't matter, right? Life expectancy, who cares about that?
Wait,
right?
What do you think I just asked? Wait, what was the question I just asked?
You said, what does life expectancy prove?
Okay. Do you think that means I want people to die early?
No, but apparently you're saying it doesn't matter how long people live, right?
No, what I'm asking you is, what do you think? What I'm asking you is, what do you
when you're improving people's life expectancy and their access to healthcare and their quality of life, that's a good thing. But what does it prove? Oh, okay. What does it prove?
What I'm saying is that just because you see an increase in life
We're
expectancy,
going around in circles here. Honestly, I don't know if we should keep going. I mean, we're just kind of repeating ourselves. But
okay, just as a quick thing, just because life expectancy improves, one, that's not even necessarily reflective of positive underlying things, and two, it doesn't necessarily mean you can attribute it solely to like an economic organization or a particular government. So, for example, one country might have access to more food than another country. That country might become more obese, and you might see a decrease in their life expectancy. Type 2 diabetes can lead to anywhere from a 7 to 13-year decrease on your lifespan, right? So if you were to compare the life expectancy of two countries like that, this is just one example out of 50 trillion potential hypotheticals. Maybe the increase in immigration to the United States, the lower average life expectancy of, say, African Americans or Hispanic people are keeping the life expectancy of the United States down compared to other socialist countries. Just appealing to one stat and saying, well, the life expectancy in Cuba is higher than the life expectancy in the United States, that doesn't prove anything. So when I ask, like, well, what does that mean? That stat is totally meaningless.
I don't think Cuba's life expectancy is higher than the United States. I think it's pretty close, but I don't think it's higher. I'm reading to you from The Guardian, November 27th, 2016. Quote, Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%, and its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's ratio of doctors to patients, its proactively community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of Western countries, not the least the UK. I think that's an example of central planning improving people's lives.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think so, but I guess it's another argument.
I have some questions from chat if we want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, again, and that was my introduction to the BreadTube universe. I had never heard of BreadTube, and I debated Destiny, and that led to me debating Vosh, and that led to Thought Slime making hit pieces about me, and there was this whole internet universe of socialist commentators who had sprung up right after Donald Trump got elected, and they were socialists, but they were not anti-imperialist. They did not defend socialist countries. They were just they existed to deprogram Trump supporters. And of course, they hated me because I'm actually anti-imperialist, and I, stand with the countries that they are opposing, and they're part of the color revolution apparatus to oppose. So I found out about who was advising BreadTube. I found out that the main advisor to BreadTube was Dr. Steve Hassan. And Dr. Steve Hassan was the leader of the deprogrammers who kidnapped people during the 1970s to try and change their religious beliefs. If you were in college and you joined a religion like Scientology or the Unification Church, or you joined a communist group, your parents could hire Dr. Steve Hassan to kidnap you and try to change your religious or political views. And this guy was a professional kidnapper, and he ran something called the Cult Awareness Network that was eventually sued out of existence for violating people's religious freedom. He now says he's opposed to kidnapping. He's opposed to forcible deprogramming, but he calls himself a cult deprogrammer. And his main thing is that he is trying to unbrainwash people. And he was advising all the BreadTube folks about how to make their YouTube videos. He was advising Destiny. He was advising ContraPoints and others about how to make their videos to deprogram the Trump supporters, basically. And so the fact that I was part of their universe and all that, I got my hands on this information that Dr. Steve Hassan was advising them. So because I had that information, I wrote this book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism, and it was the ultimate trolling operation. They lost their minds in response to this book. They never talk about anything but the first chapter when I mentioned all their favorite characters, but I spent most of the book debunking BreadTube's beliefs, but I talked about how BreadTube is, covertly supported by the American government and being used to deprogram Trump supporters, and also to pivot leftism in a pro-imperialist, pro-establishment, pro-police state direction. And I wrote this book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism. It's quite popular. I mean, thousands of copies of it have sold. I still sell them. I mean, it's still selling as we speak. I wrote this book, and I also we decided, that we'd had Students and Youth for a New America. I was starting talking about forming the Center for Political Innovation. So we had our first event, which became what's called the Saxton Lectures, which is a series of classes I gave about Marxism and communism in Pennsylvania, in a small town near Altoona, Pennsylvania, which is a little bit weird because that's where Luigi Mangione was apprehended. But near Altoona, Pennsylvania, there's a little town called Saxton. And we rented a lodge, a hunting lodge in Saxton, and we had classes. We had 2 days of classes on anti-imperialism. So we formed an outreach team for the Center for Political Innovation, and we actually did quite a bit. That was the summer that we did the Saxton Lectures. That was the summer that Bread Tube Serves Imperialism came out. We were protesting when the Venezuelan diplomat Alex Saab was apprehended. We organized the protest in New York City that took place in Times Square immediately afterwards. And Maduro actually mentioned our protest in a speech. The Nicaraguan foreign minister came to speak in New York City at the United Nations, and they had a church service for him in Harlem. And the right-wing Nicaraguans came and counter-protested the church and disrupted the church service. And so we mobilized our people to come and protect the Nicaraguan foreign minister. And that was pretty neat. We ended up going to Nicaragua and observing the election in Nicaragua as official observers. And we got to see a socialist country and see what they've achieved with their micro-entrepreneurship program. And, Nicaragua is a socialist country, but it also has some of the strictest anti-abortion laws of any country in the world. And that was pretty neat. So we accomplished a lot in the early years of the Center for Political Innovation. We did a lot of Latin America solidarity. And then the special military operation in Ukraine began. And we had already been planning to have a conference in Austin, Texas. And just as the special military operation in Ukraine started, well, at the same time, we had our conference in Texas. And that conference created a lot of buzz. Let me just put it that way. I will put on this opening ceremony, the opening ceremony to our conference. It really confused. It made a lot of people angry, made the internet left angry. The special military operation had just happened, and we were anti-imperialists, and we supported the special military operation, and we supported Russia moving in to protect the peoples of Donbass. So we had this event. Yeah. that was how we opened our conference. And wild story, truthodfiction.com, which is one of these fact-checking websites, actually did a deep dive investigating our conference to make sure that it had actually happened, that it wasn't an internet hoax. Can you believe it? Because the videos went viral, because, it was so surprising that we were supporting Russia and that we were standing with Russia at this time. And it was so uncommon. And we had our conference. The truthodfiction.com. Let me see if I can get you a shorter URL for that article. But yeah, I mean, it was a really big deal internationally also. And like people in Russia were blown away. People in the Donbass were blown away that we had this event. It was an anti-imperialist event of solidarity. And it was a really, really big deal that we put on that conference. Shortly after that conference, my name was placed on the Ukrainian government's list of information terrorists because I'm an RT reporter, because I was convening the Center for Political Innovation. The Ukrainian government declared that I was an information terrorist, which is, and a number of people on that list have been assassinated. Dari Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, who I met a number of times when I was in Russia. She would always come to my hotel. We'd have dinner. She was murdered, and she was on that list. And there's a number of other journalists and reporters who've been on that list who've been assassinated or faced attempted assassinations. And so they put my name on the list because I'd organized that conference. I was an outspoken personality supporting Russia in Ukraine. So then we were planning to have a conference in Chicago. We had scheduled it. And about a week before our conference in Chicago, the Uhuru movement, Black liberation activists, they had their homes raided by the FBI. And I was absolutely horrified that had happened. I mean, that was, I was shocked. This is a Black socialist group, and they weren't charging them with any crime. They were just charging them with being agents of Russia because they'd gone to a conference in Russia. So I immediately got on the phone and called them and invited them to speak at our conference in Chicago. And Tara Reid, the journalist, she had already been scheduled to speak at our conference. And our conference in Chicago was a really big deal. I'm going to tell you, I guess I'll show you. So the Uhuru movement had been raided by the FBI, in St. Louis, Missouri, and in Florida. Their homes had been raided by the FBI just a week before. They drove from Missouri to our conference in Chicago.
We put forward this vision of rebuilding America with popular power, breaking out of their globalist financial system, we must oppose all political repression. The deep state is moving in on too many people right now, threatening their rights. And that is why we absolutely condemn the horrendous FBI raids carried out against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru House, and Chairman Omala. Here today to show that we are not afraid, we are not intimidated, and that we offer nothing but unequivocal full support and solidarity to them while they're under attack. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please. Revolutionaries and civil rights activists as agents of Russia is one of the dirtiest tricks of the U.S. deep state. They called Martin Luther King Jr. a Soviet agent. They called the Nation of Islam foreign agents. And we are here today to say that Black people have the right to organize, fight for their rights however they choose, and that the U.S. government has no right to call them Russian agents or repress them in any way. The FBI raids must now stop. Must stop immediately now. Stop the raids. We want to turn the podium, the microphone over to our guests. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Columbai Antoinette, and how I always start any speech that I ever do is with a chant. So I want to teach you, or maybe you already know it, join in, because this is just the meditation of my heart, even coming here, and why it would never be any kind of retreat. We would never surrender. We would never compromise. We will continue to move forward and build. Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! Fist up! This is what fight back look like. So I just really want to start off by saying I really want to appreciate the organizers that put on this event, no matter what road you have took, small, big, or large, for making this gathering happen and reaching out to the Uhuru movement and seeing this unjust raid is your fight. That they came after us today, but who's next? Because this is an attack against the whole Black community. We see this not just an attack against Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Akile Anai, Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Jesse Knoll, and all of.
So yeah, that was just after they were, raided by the FBI. They hadn't been charged, they hadn't been indicted yet, and they were raided. So we hosted them at this conference. Now, Tara Reid also attended that conference. She's a woman, an American journalist and writer and former U.S. Senate staffer who was assaulted by Joe Biden. So prior to the conference, I got a blackmailing phone call from somebody who had worked with us in the past, who was planning to smear me. He says to me on the phone, "You're going to cancel the conference, right? You're going to cancel the conference." The FBI did not want this conference to happen. They had just raided the Uhuru movement. They were angry about it. They were watching Tara Reid at the same time. Tara Reid also got threatening calls and messages from random people. She didn't even know who they were, calling her in the middle of the night, urging her not to go to our conference. It was very interesting. Very, very interesting. So then I don't want to get too specific here, but there were people who came to speak at our conference. We had a lot of guest speakers, and they noticed that there were tweets on the internet from NAFO accounts. NAFO is the anti-Russia, association on Twitter, that were saying things about where they were. That we're talking about what hotel we were staying at, right? We stayed at a hotel separate from where we had the convention. And there were tweets going, saying so-and-so is at this hotel. So-and-so is having dinner with this person. They were watching us. This conference was watched very closely by the FBI because we were hosting the Uhuru movement. They tried to blackmail me out of having the conference. And they were watching Tara Reid at the time. She's fled to Russia because of the legal harassment that she has faced. Was very weird. And then there was a Newsweek hit piece on the conference, a very short article, basically just saying this conference happened. The Center for Political Innovation had a conference. Tara Reid was there. Caleb was there. The Uhuru movement was there. And a bunch of people on the internet don't like them. And that was basically all that the article said, but it was like a Newsweek article. So again, mainstream media was paying close attention to us. Very, very interesting. That conference was a really big deal. And I want to say that as a result of that conference, Tucker Carlson is a good friend of Tara Reid. And Tucker Carlson became a supporter of the Uhuru movement and interviewed Chairman Omali and spoke out about their case, because Tara Reid was at our conference and met the Uhuru movement at the conference. Nick Brana was there and he saw the different organizations we had brought together, and he was key in setting up the Rage Against the War Machine protests. And that conference, it was not a big conference. There were about 70 people there, right? We didn't get a full 100 people there. It was in a hotel in a suburb of Chicago called Deerfield. And the FBI was all over it. I'll just tell you that much. The FBI was watching our every move, and NAFO was tweeting out what hotels we were staying at. And I was getting blackmailing phone calls, and Tara Reid was getting blackmailing phone calls, and all of that. But yet we still did the conference. And you know, so I wanted to talk about that. So, you know, that's kind of the origin story. That's how CPI got going, how we really got going. So now I'm going to talk about some of the struggles that we've been through as an organization, right? So we talked about the backstory, right? My religious awakening, getting us going, the Saxton lectures, the conference in Austin, the conference in Chicago, etc. So shortly after our conference in Chicago, some bullshit was put out there about me that amounts to absolutely nothing. And part of the way you can know that it amounts to well, actually, before we get to that, I'm sorry, got ahead of myself. So one of the main groups that attacked the Center for Political Innovation was the Communist Party USA. And it's particularly wild because I spoke very positively about the Communist Party USA because I've studied the Communist Party USA's history. And on my YouTube channel, I talked about William Z. Foster. I talked about Gus Hall. I talked about the unemployment councils. I talked about the rise of the CIO. I talked about the history of McCarthyism. And a lot of people in the Communist Party were watching my YouTube channel. People that had been in the Communist Party, people that were former members, people that were friends. A lot of people were watching the YouTube channel from the Communist Party. Now you would think that the Communist Party would respond to that by saying, great, let's find out if there could be some common ground. You know, but that was not the case. The Communist Party, they never returned my phone calls. And the RT studio was just a few blocks away from their office on 23rd Street. Joe Sims was given my phone number. The leader of the Communist Party was given my phone number on many different occasions. And at no point would they ever just call me back and just talk. You know, they never wanted to talk. It was very, very bizarre. And they did ultimately put out a hit piece against us, trying to say that I'm a white supremacist, throwing a fit about Alexander Dugin. They lumped me in with Glenn Greenwald, and some other people, Matt Taibbi and others. And it was like, you know, left-wing people that are actually right-wing. And they went through this book and they quote mined it. And it's funny because this book talks about the Black Panthers. It talks about, you know, all kinds of amazing anti-racist stuff, but they quote mined this book to try and make it sound like I'm a fascist, basically. And I think the hit piece is still on the Communist Party USA's website, but it was amazing advertising. Because the Communist Party USA sucks. It absolutely sucks. And a lot of people have been in the Communist Party and have seen that it sucks. You know, and so that was like a signal to everybody who was pissed off at the Communist Party that, you know, we were the right group. And here's the piece, and it's really long, and it gives a lot of attention to me personally. You know, and it was like, and it's weird because the Communist Party, there's a million communist groups in America, a million of them. And the Communist Party, they just ignore them. In fact, David Rovix, the folk musician, he has a song making fun of different communist groups. And in his song, he actually says, and the CP just does their thing and pretends the others don't exist. Well, they don't pretend CPI doesn't exist. They immediately, we had just basically started as a group and we got this crazy hit piece in the Communist Party's website. It wasn't even in the People's World, their newspaper. It's on their website. The Communist Party felt it necessary to inform everyone that there's this guy out there named Caleb, and there's the Center for Political Innovation. They're bad. They are bad. You know, and there were many people in the Communist Party who didn't agree with that. And it was weird. And again, I gave every Communist Party person that was in CPI, I gave them my phone number. I said, if you want Joe Sims to talk to me, I'd be happy to talk to him. Never could call me on the phone, never could talk things over. It was always just behind the scenes. And, you know, it was very, very interesting. I found out, though, from people in the Communist Party that there was a State Department employee. This is where it gets very weird. There was a guy at the Communist Party USA office in New York who, if you asked him what his job was, he said, I work for the State Department. And he was there. and he was a State Department employee. And he was one of the people saying, that Caleb is tied to Alexander Dugin. And it's like this guy from the U.S. State Department was at their events and at their meetings and talking to them. And apparently this guy from the State Department was, concerned about, me and my influence in the circles. I mean, it's like, if it doesn't get more blatant than that, if the Communist Party USA has people from the State Department in their office talking to them, I mean, that's beyond ridiculous. But yes, the Biden State Department had a guy, a State Department employee, who was going to Communist Party meetings in New York City, and was, and people would say they liked me, and he'd be like, "Hey, you can't like that guy. He works for RT. He knows Alexander Dugin. You can't like that guy." And I just like, it's like, hello, can you see what's going on here? Anyway, so so shortly after the Chicago conference, some bullshit was published about me on the internet that is stupid and doesn't amount to anything. I did a video debunking it, and there's nothing there, right? I mean, there's nothing. There's no crime. They did not accuse me of any crime. They did not accuse me of anything. And if you actually read it, many people have read it. It's 1 million pages. It's really long because they don't want you to actually read it, because you actually read it, people have read it and they said, I was waiting for the part where you did anything. And it's just pages and pages about me being, egotistical, and me being a narcissist, and me being power hungry, and just some private, personal stuff that has nothing to do with anything. But they couldn't accuse me of, if you read it, you would think on the surface they're going to accuse me of sexual assault. You'd think they're going to accuse me of rape or something like that. You read it, there's no crime. It's just that, there was one consensual thing that happened with one person who wasn't even in the group anymore at the time. They were, it was ridiculous, right? Somebody had come around the group, we kind of pushed the person out because of some other circumstances. One consensual thing happened with that person, and they tried to make that into a scandal. It was not a scandal, right? And it's nobody's business, and it's stupid. Did I use poor judgment at certain times? Yes. And if I could do things differently, would I do them differently? But they would have used this anyway. And that's the sad thing, right? Most of what they wrote had nothing to do with anything I did. It was just, he's a bad guy. And the reason that you can tell it's bullshit is that I have received multiple apologies from the people who wrote it, right? And I blotted names out because I don't want to get sued. But at least 3 of the people who signed on to the hit piece against me have apologized. And right there, they regret signing on to it. Yeah, unbelievable, right? But does it go away? No, it's all over the internet. And it was immediately picked up by the government. It was immediately blasted everywhere, right? Just immediately blasted everywhere, even though it did not have any substance. It had absolutely no substance. And I've debunked it, and it's been years, but it's still they still keep it alive. And whenever my name is mentioned by certain people, they just bring it up. And it was an intelligence operation. One of these people who has apologized has described it as paid work and admitted that they got paid to write it. That's quite interesting. In addition to that, there's been other details that have come out. One of the people who was involved with it was involved in Steve Hassan's anti-cult network and was going around to various people that were in CPI and saying, oh, you've got to listen to these ex-cult people. You've got to listen to Steve Hassan's people. They'll tell you what Caleb's all about. They'll explain it, and it's really obvious. And then this was blasted out by all kinds of people. And if you actually read it, there's nothing there. And it's really annoying because, there's a bunch of stuff in it that's designed to trigger people, but there's no substance. There's no substance. And if they had any real substance, they would have put it in there, right? Because they tried, and they even wrote like follow-up pieces that no one ever read. No one cared about. The whole thing was just absolutely stupid. It was absolutely stupid. And I guess that's all I can say about it. And the fact that I've got various people that signed on to it admitting how stupid it was, that shows how ridiculous it was. But, we dissolved. Basically, we had to just kind of disappear for a little bit because we didn't want to feed it, We didn't want this to continue to be the conversation because that is the strategy. And it's still, every time my name gets mentioned, anyone who's like mainstream media promoted, as soon as my name comes up, they say, oh, and they bring that up. It has nothing to do with anything to do with politics, has nothing to do with the organization. And basically what's implied in the article, I'll just throw this out there just so you know, right? This is how ridiculous it is that the only reason I ever formed CPI is as a vast conspiracy to get sexual favors out of people. Now, if you think that's true, you need help. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And anyone who repeats it, that's basically what they're repeating. That's basically what the document says, right? That the only reason I formed CPI was all this drawn out, elaborate conspiracy to get sex out of people. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, right? And anyone who thinks there are a lot of ways to get sex out of people, okay? And if this was all a long, drawn-out conspiracy for me to get sex out of people, it's really long drawn out because I haven't gotten any. I mean, and this is just like so absolutely ridiculous. I wrote books that are hundreds of pages in length. I spent thousands and thousands of dollars on my own money. All of this stuff as just a vast plot to, I mean, that's what they're alleging, right? And I mean, that's what, certain people, even, people, well, anyway, that's basically what they claimed. And that's so ridiculous. The other thing that they alleged was that I was making loads of money off of CPI, which that ain't the case. I'll just tell you that much. CPI has cost me money. CPI is, I've spent thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of my own money making CPI happen. The whole time I was frazzled and worried about money. And, and I paid for people's housing. I paid for people's food. At times they weren't doing anything, right? And I covered their food. I covered their housing. And, at no point when people were, at no point did people come to me. Anytime anyone came to me and said we needed more, I gave them more, right? The idea that, that I was not taking care of people or something, this is all ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. One of the people who has apologized to me, one of those people who apologized, first of all, he was homeless before he joined CPI. He's a convicted felon who's been convicted of multiple firearms-related felonies. He's been kicked out of multiple mutual aid groups. And he was basically homeless in Pennsylvania. And we put him up in CPI to be part of the group, and he has this story on the internet claiming that I made him homeless. No, you were already homeless, and I housed you for a year as part of a political group you said you agreed with. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous, right? And honestly, it makes me regret. I was way too nice to people. I was way too patient with people. I let people get away with shit they shouldn't have gotten away with. There was a person in the group who was basically a bully who was bullying other people in the organization. And I let that go on in ways that I regret. And honestly, we were just trying to get stuff done. Right. And that's the main thing is that I'm not trying to be famous on the internet. I'm trying to build a real organization. And we were in the streets defending the Nicaraguan foreign minister, having the rally that Maduro praised, putting on the conference in Austin. I'm trying to get shit done. And getting shit done requires working with people. And it's a lot riskier to get shit done. If I was just on the internet talking, there'd be no issue. I'm actually trying to carry out real operations and build a real organization to promote anti-imperialism in America. And that's quite risky. And that whole thing is just, it's stupid and ridiculous. And people who went through this can attest it is stupid and ridiculous. But all kinds of people immediately saw that it was bullshit and called me on the phone and offered me support. Garland Nixon even made a hat that said, "I support Caleb Maupin." That was awesome. There were a number of people who had my back during that, and I will never forget you. But I will also never forget the scumbags who knew it was bullshit and still threw me under the bus for really dumb reasons, for selfish reasons. And I know who those people are, right? And I know who they are. And, you learn who your friends are when you face an attack like this. You learn who your friends are, because, I guess that's all I can say. Yeah. So anyhow, we resurfaced, we relaunched in November after the August 2022 attack. We relaunched in November, and then we started mobilizing for the Rage Against the War Machine rally in Washington, D.C., which was the biggest anti-war protest since the Iraq War days. Biggest anti-war protest in at least a decade. Max Blumenthal was there. Jill Stein was there. Tulsi Gabbard was there. And we were official sponsors of the event. Our logo was on the event. And it was really important that we had this event. And it was an event in Washington, D.C. that was to oppose the USA sending weapons to Ukraine. And it was really, really important that we had that we sponsored the event. In the lead up to the event, there was all kinds of crazy internet cancel culture and people threatening to quit and all of this. And Scott Ritter, who's a really important anti-imperialist, he was basically pushed out of the march. He's faced similar smears and frame ups and etc. And so he was pushed out of the march. So what we did is we had a reception to honor Scott Ritter. And I want to show you how that reception started. I want to show you how that reception began, because it was particularly moving, because they, all these people on the internet had claimed that CPI no longer existed. CPI doesn't exist. CPI is over. They still try to claim that, which is ridiculous, right? We still existed, and 2023 was largely, you can call it like the year of the comeback for CPI. And I guess I will show you, if I can just pull up the video here. I will show you. Yeah, here we go. This was the moment where we CPI, with our CPI logos, we had CPI music, we did the Pledge of Unity, great speeches from CPI members. We rolled out the red carpet for Scott Ritter. Ideas are great, but the reason that the Center for Political Innovation exists is to put on events like this, to give a platform to ideas we don't widely hear in the United States, to educate people about anti-imperialism and socialism. And that is why it is really an honor tonight to bring forward our guest of honor, a real hero, someone who deserves to be heard from the heavens. Everyone should hear what this man has to say. Scott Ritter is here. Scott Ritter is here. We are proud that Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you. Go ahead and give us some words. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. To be honest, I thought I was just coming here to a reception to say hi to people, and speaking is, hopefully it's a bonus. Listening, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Caleb. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, and I want to thank everybody here for coming out. I know some people traveled a long way to come to this rally, and great journeys begin one step at a time, and we're on a great journey, and today was the first step. And the people that didn't come here, they're one step behind us.
That's right. And a lot of people were one step behind, because there was an endless amount of cancel culture and stupid, whatever, in the lead up to that rally. So after that, we decided, we got some donations, and we decided that, Joe Biden was having his Summit for Democracy in Washington, D.C., which was basically a USAID Color Revolution convention at the State Department, where they were going to, all these Democratic activists, George Soros, that are overthrowing governments. So we decided to have an event we called the Summit Against Hypocrisy. And that was to counter Joe Biden's Summit for Democracy. And it was like a 2-day conference in Washington, D.C., where, and it was great. And a number of great speakers were there. Jyoti Brar flew in from Britain, and George Galloway sent us a message of support. And it was really, really an awesome 2-day conference. And Peter Coffin made a beautiful documentary about the Summit Against Hypocrisy. I wonder if I can show some of that on here. But you can go watch if you go to CPI and Films, you can watch the beautiful documentary film about our Summit Against Hypocrisy that we had in Washington, D.C., where various people spoke. We protested at the White House at one point. It was pretty awesome. So then, a couple days after the Summit Against Hypocrisy, we found out that the so-called president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, was coming to the United States to beg for more weapons and try to preach hatred for China. Right? Taiwan is part of China, but the government on Taiwan does not recognize the government on the mainland. And Tsai Ing-wen is a very, very hostile, critical person. She very much opposes the Chinese government, and she, is an advocate of Taiwan separatism, Taiwan independence. So we decided, you know what? We're going to confront her. And we got 2 big, huge banners printed as quickly as we possibly could. And 3 of our members went up to New York City and we confronted her outside of her hotel. This is what happened.
This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
Yeah. And the answer is yes, we are definitely allowing questions. If you have any questions for the second half, send a super chat or a Rumble rant. Yes, the answer is yes, definitely. This has taken longer, but this is important history. We just need to talk about where we came from. I'll reflect on that a little bit towards the end, why it's important to do slideshows like this. So another thing that happened. So, there is a religious organization that was formed in Korea, very anti-communist during the 1950s. It's called the Unification Church. They were known, by the kind of the slur. They were called the Moonies for a long time. Very anti-communist. They came to the United States during the 1970s to work with Richard Nixon against communism in the United States. After the fall of the Soviet Union, they went and made peace with North Korea. And their founder, Reverend Sun Myung Moon, actually forgave Kim Il-sung, who imprisoned him, and he became one of the main financial investors in North Korea, one of the main people who did business in North Korea. And he opened a car company in North Korea, and he became like an investor and a businessman in North Korea. It's kind of a wild story, but this guy was an anti-communist pastor, a very conservative anti-communist, but then, after the fall of the Soviet Union, he said, you know what, I'm Korean. I want my people to reunify. And he went to North Korea and he saw that Christianity was being more tolerated, and he forgave Kim Il-sung, and they established a business relationship. And the Unification Church is friendly to North Korea. And it just so happens that, the Democrats don't like the Unification Church because they're Republicans. They run the Washington Times, which is a conservative Republican newspaper in Washington, D.C. And Steve Hassan, the guy who advises BreadTube, is an ex-member of the Unification Church. That's why he considers himself an expert on cults. And he harasses them and he targets them. He's, had people sue them, etc. So after we had our temporary shutdown, and when I found out the Steve Hassan people were involved in that, I just decided, you know what? I bet they have a church in New York City. I'm going to go there. I am going to go there. And so I walked into Manhattan Family Church on Sunday morning, and they did not know what to make of me. That's where I met Phil, right? Phil is a member of the Manhattan Family Church. And I walked in, and they did not know what to make of me. I'm sure they were very afraid to see me, and they didn't quite know what to make of me. But I came back the next Sunday, and 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 I volunteered with them in Harlem, and and gave out turkeys on Thanksgiving. And I just kept coming back, and I said, hey, we might have different beliefs or whatever, but and I actually became really good friends with one of their ministers, Reverend Milhan Stevens, who actually was their pastor here in New York City, who just moved to Boston. He's a really friendly guy, and he came to a few CPI events, and he was kind of interested in what we had to say and our perspective. And we just, we're two organizations that want peace, right? They want peace with North Korea. They are, I would call them a pro-North Korean organization. They're not communists, but they think that the U.S. government should allow business with North Korea. They are advocates of, and they arranged largely for Donald Trump to visit North Korea. They were largely responsible for making that happen with Think Tank 2020 and with the Washington Times. And so I showed up and I said, look, you guys support North Korea and want, peace. I do as well. And so we became friends. And actually during the election, we did our Peace Smog operation. So anyhow, it was a new relationship. I got to tell you, we need to get out of our bubble. The idea that, the internet makes everyone very niche, right? Everyone gets really, really specific interests. No one's a car person anymore. Everyone's a red Japanese car person. Everyone has a really obscure niche. And they try to convince you that the only people you can ever be friends with are people in your niche, right? If someone's not in your little specific marketing segment, you can't be their friend. Bullshit. And in fact, I will tell you that a lot of the people that are in our niche of anti-imperialist communism or whatever are not really good friends and stabbed us in the back and have betrayed us. Whereas the Unification Church, they're not communists at all, right? They are very anti-communist, but they want peace with North Korea. And because they are so dedicated to that, and because they know what it's like to get smeared and canceled. I mean, horrible things have been written about them that are not true, that are wild exaggerations that have been written about them on the internet. I mean, I've been smeared and they've tried to smear me in gross sexual ways, nothing compared to what they've done to them. I'm not even going to get into specifics, but I mean, they have really just smeared this group and really destroyed their reputation. I'm not here to defend everything the group's ever done, and I'm not saying that mistakes weren't made, and they will tell you that there were mistakes that were made over the years, but the way that group has been smeared and portrayed is really, really unfair, and it's because, nowadays it's because they support North Korea, and in the past it was because they were an illiberal movement. They were an illiberal movement, an Eastern religion that was building kind of an illiberal anti-communist fighting force that was a threat to the liberal order. And while it was useful, they were happy to use them against the communists. They were always threatened by them because their beliefs, they really do believe what they preach, right? They do believe in God. They do believe that people should live for the sake of others and all of that. And that goes against the liberal order of capitalism, right? And they are building an illiberal movement. And so they've been persecuted. So I went and made friends with them. And despite the fact that our beliefs are different, we have been able to connect. And that's what you need to understand, is that you can make friends who are good friends who can help you get things done outside of your bubble, outside of your niche. And the people that believe exactly what you believe can sometimes be useless. So, and that's part of how we're trying to change how CPI recruits. We're not trying to recruit out of an internet niche. We want to recruit people who would never go looking for these ideas. We're trying to not be an obscure niche. We're trying to instead be an organization of people who are there for each other, who have each other's backs, and understand and learn while leading while learning, and learning while leading. I want to show you. So as we became friends, the Unification Church got more interested in peace activism. And because they got more interested in peace activism, we actually were able to, they put on an event called the New York City Peace March at the United Nations. And so we got people from the Rage Against the War Machine Coalition, and we marched to their UN rally. It was great.
With Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China.
It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next.
So, you know, that was great. And I found out at their rally, they had a speaker from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is a religious group in Ukraine that's being heavily persecuted because of the fact that they want peace with Russia, and they're accused of being Russian agents. I just went to the Russian embassy in DC and saw a great documentary about the horrendous persecution, and you know, so it was a really important event. We went to that. There was also an event that was, you know, it was called Humanity for Peace. And that was a national day of action against nuclear war. And, you know, I'll say this, that, you know, it was in a number of cities, but in a number of cities, CPI is responsible for the rally happening. In New York City, the rally was largely put on by the Schiller Institute. But in Portland, there wouldn't have been a rally without CPI. In Chicago, there wouldn't have been a rally without CPI. You know, and we attended the New York City rally, and we brought a large number of people to the New York City rally.
Russia, peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia.
And I just want to say, you know, we brought to the New York City rally, right? So we organized the rally in Chicago. We organized the rally in Portland, Oregon. And we brought to the New York City rally at least 16, 17 people, right? There were the CPI people. We arranged for the Party of Communists to participate. I brought a documentary film production crew from China that I was working with. I brought a couple people from the Unification Church. We mobilized quite a few people to come to the rally, because we supported it and we thought we were respected, equal members of the coalition. And the LaRouche movement, we've always opened the platform to them, and we would do that again. You know, we've had Daniel Burke speak at our events and all of that. And they were somewhat friendly, even after the stupid, attacks on me. I mean, they weren't totally supportive, but they made some statements, and they didn't agree with the attacks on me as they happened. There was some confusion, but whatever. They were still being friendly. So then we got to the rally. We brought all these people, and they didn't let us speak. And when we walked in, they practically jumped on us. They had security guards like run at us. I had to call for help because the security guards were like treating us like criminals. And then they didn't let us speak. And then after the rally, Daniel Burke from the LaRouche movement told me that I shouldn't work with, I couldn't work with the Unification Church. I couldn't work with them. And why couldn't I work with them? He said, well, because they had a fight with LaRouche in the 90s. And I said, well, I'm sorry. My organization wasn't around in the 90s. And, the Unification Church, they've had divisions and they play a different role. And I have to get things done as my organization. He said, well, you can't work with them. You can't work with them. And I said, well, I think I can. Yes, I can. And they didn't let us speak when they said that they would let us speak. And they didn't let any communists speak. And instead they rolled out the white carpet to this former police officer, libertarian, they were clearly sucking up to. And I called them out, and I also didn't appreciate, I don't know. I basically called them out. And then ever since then, they've been going around and telling people, I love this, that CPI, that we're a front for South Korean intelligence, not even North Korean intelligence, but South Korean intelligence, right? Not North Korean intelligence. And all kinds of crazy things, right? That are not true. And it really pisses me off because I've been, I was, LaRouche is widely hated in communist circles, but I saw the important work that they were doing to support peace with Russia and peace with China. And so I stuck my neck out and I worked with them and I promoted them and I brought them on my YouTube channel many times. But they didn't seem to appreciate that. And then they wanted to tell me who I was allowed to talk to and who I wasn't allowed to talk to. And they lied and they wouldn't let it. And they didn't support the Uhuru movement. After the Uhuru movement was indicted, they wrote an article about the Uhuru movement on their website that basically it brought up the most petty thing. It was like somebody who spoke somebody who is friends with somebody who spoke at an event that was critical of LaRouche. It was the most petty thing. And now they have a boycott CPI policy, right? They arrange events for Scott Ritter, because Scott Ritter is a really important anti-imperialist voice, but they won't let us speak at any of those events. And it's really, really stupid. And the sad thing about the LaRouche movement is that they're really paranoid and they're just, and they can't seem to maintain friendships with anybody. And it's so bizarre because there are still people on the internet who claim we are LaRouchists. And I've drawn a lot from LaRouche and I'd be happy to work with them again if they can get over the paranoid, whatever that they decided against us. But they weren't really in solidarity with Uhuru. They could have been better about supporting me when I got attacked and then telling us I'm not allowed to work with the Unification Church. Well, they'll work with us. And that New York City Peace March, they didn't treat us like criminals at their march. They didn't have the security try to drag us away, and after I brought all kinds of people to their event, after we organized their event in Chicago, after we organized their event in Portland, and that they treat us like that. I want a South Korean check, seriously, like, and not even a North Korean check. Right. And if you read the obituaries for Reverend Moon when he died, they called him an agent of North Korea. Right. All the obituaries were like man who does business in North Korea, man with ties to the totalitarian North Korean regime. Like, yeah, the South Korea stuff, that's like from the 70s. Right. But it was also wild. That same day, that Humanity for Peace protest, it was the anniversary of Hiroshima. And it was the same day that, that the Revolutionary Communist Party, the RCP, was having a protest on the same day because they were also mad about Hiroshima. And so I was, organizing the rally and trying to bring as many people to the rally as I possibly could. And so I said to them, you should call up the RCP because they're having their own protest about Hiroshima, and you should call them up at least. So, they didn't really listen to me. But then, like 2 days before the rally, somebody from the LaRouche movement calls me up on the phone. Caleb, thank you for informing us of the planned British Empire conspiracy against our upcoming rally. And I'm like, it's not a conspiracy, it's the RCP. And they're like, yes, but 30 years ago, the RCP got into a fist fight with us. They're crazy. They're like nuts. They're absolute. And it's sad. It really is sad, but it's not that different from the Workers' World Party. It's not that different from the RCP. These groups have so much baggage and they've been persecuted. Any of these groups that's anti-imperialist has been heavily persecuted. And the FBI has manipulated one group against another group. And it's sad. And that's why the anti-imperialist movement in America is so fucking weak. Is because these groups, the smear culture, the cancel culture, the competitiveness, all of these people, they don't want to actually lead a mass movement. I'll just be honest with you. They all just want to be king of a fringe element, right? They're all fighting to rule a tiny space. And that was the whole reason I started CPI. I've been saying out of the movement to the masses. We need to get to the masses. And we need to not be trying to engage in petty turf wars over tiny, obscure spaces of fringe people. We need to be recruiting the masses of people. That's the point. And, that's the problem, right? And that's the problem, is that, that these groups, they don't ever imagine that they could ever actually have an impact. In their minds, it's all just, how can we position ourselves in this fringe space, being the weirdos in America, being like weird fringe elements. And how can we be the king of the fringe elements? And that's a strategy for failure. They're aiming low. They're aiming very low. All right. We had an event in New York City called Money and American Injustice to support the Uhuru movement that summer. And Peter Coffin made another documentary film about that. And the year of 2023 was, you could call it the year of the comeback, right? We had faced that smear as our organization was just getting going. They hit me with that nasty smear, but we proved that we could continue to function, right? And it's weird because there's all these people on the internet who say CPI doesn't exist. It's like, yeah, we do. We did. And the year of 2023, we actually did more in the year of 2023 than we did in all the previous years combined. And it was a big year. And that's the year then that we were approached by the Russian Foreign Ministry to form the U.S. delegation to the World Youth Festival, which I'll get to. But we actually had our first national convention was in Portland, Oregon. And it was that year. And I want to show you a clip. This is from the remarks that I gave at the national convention. And if I can find the clip here, I want to show you a clip from my remarks, because in my remarks, I kind of explained what I envisioned CPI becoming. And this clip is very, very important. And I've shown this clip before, but it's like we need to, as we're building this group and we're figuring out what this group can do, we're learning what we're capable of, we're experimenting, we're flexing our muscles and getting new skills. And so I was kind of trying to explain to people what kind of organization we are building. So this is me speaking at our Portland convention. We had about 160 people at the Portland convention. At first I was a little bit disappointed with the turnout, but as the day went on, it filled up. It filled up pretty well, and it was at about 160 is about what we had. But anyway, this is a clip from my closing speech at the conference, at the convention. Wisdom that was passed down to me. We can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Morrissey would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever, and then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism,
who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
Yeah, and we're getting more clarity as we go. So that was the end of 2023. So 2024 was very much the year of victory for CPI. We did even more in the year of 2024. We had a national day of solidarity with Yemen. We published the book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? We attended the World Youth Festival, and we led the U.S. delegation. Noah Shank and myself got to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin at the festival. We had a UN press conference to support the Uhuru movement. That was absolutely amazing. We had a UN press conference. We got to meet the Russian president. We observed the Russian election. Then, when I got back to the United States, we published this really important pamphlet called Do You Believe in Growth? Why Russia and China Keep Rising While U.S. Society Stifles Innovation. We published this pamphlet, and we distributed 1,000 copies of it at the Libertarian Party's convention. And we distributed another 1,000 copies of it at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And this pamphlet really gets into what we believe, and it talks about why we're not woke, and it talks about woke psychology, and it really kind of gives the basis of what we're now calling innovationism. Innovationism is, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But we have a new philosophy. If you read this pamphlet, this isn't classical Marxism. This is not, the worker in the factory is mistreated by the owner of the factory, and so they're going to rise up and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. No, this is about how can we unleash human creativity and have economic growth with a government of action that fights for working families? How can we oppose this globalist imperialist system that's grinding the world into poverty and keeping people poor and making it so people are hopeless about life? We have a unique perspective that is very much the perspective of the anti-imperialist countries of Venezuela and Russia and China and Iran and Cuba. But we're in a new time, and this growth pamphlet really gives voice to it. There's quotes from Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping in this pamphlet. I talk about overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit. This pamphlet, and it's on our website for free. You go to our website, you can read it. And it's the theme for the workshop we're doing this weekend in Minneapolis. This pamphlet will tell you all about CPI and what we stand for, and it really lays the basis for the new perspective that we are pioneering. We're taking things, and anti-imperialism, anti-globalism, in a new direction. We were invited again. The Unification Church, right? They're an organization that we established a friendship with, and we were invited to Los Angeles Family Church to put on an event, and we had a CPI event at the LA Family Church to call for peace with North Korea and to support Trump's efforts to establish, work for peace with North Korea. And it was a great event. And about 25 CPI people came, about 60 or 70 Unification Church people came. It was a packed hall. At least 100 people were at the event. And it was great. I mean, it was absolutely awesome. I can't show you the whole thing. The video is on the website. You can watch the whole thing, all the speeches. And it was, two organizations with very different histories, a religious anti-communist organization from South Korea that wants peace with North Korea, and our organization that has a history of being communist, but we're moving in a new direction. We worked together, and we had this event in Los Angeles, and it was great. And I think, one of our main organizers out in LA, Dan, he ended up, I think, getting involved in the organization because he went to that event, and he saw that we had people, that we were serious. And Dan Niswander, he is now a very active member out in LA, and the LA local are people that I met for the first time at that event, and they're meeting up, and they're doing great things. You know, it's really, really awesome. You know, and it shows, again, we're getting stuff done. We're not niche on the internet. We're building a real anti-imperialist movement, and we can make friends. What else is happening? Well, the Uhuru 3 trial happened, you know, and we made a point of standing with the Uhuru 3, and we attended their trial. I mean, our member John McCarthy has done so much to support the Uhuru 3 and stand with them. And you know, and we, you know, I made a point of going to Tampa, Florida as well and standing with them at their trial. We raised money. We did a lot for the Uhuru 3. During the election, we did the Peace MAGA, you know, which was, you know, we had a banner, you know, that we displayed at Trump Tower and at Madison Square Garden, you know, supporting the peace talks on the Korean Peninsula. You know, I'm not going to show the whole video, but so we just loaded up the banner and the PVC pipes, and we're headed up to Central Park. Let's see how this goes.
Away, 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 away.
We have the banner out, and now we're getting the zip ties on. How's it going, guys?
All right.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Away, away,
beautiful. Nope, it's not gonna. Nope, it's not gonna hold.
We'll went away, 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 away. We'll went away, away, away.
So now we want to cut some poles in, cut the other pole in half.
Away, away.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower. Noah and I made it. We seem to have lost track of Phil along the way. He stopped to buy some water. Hopefully he's with us soon, but mission is accomplished. We got the banner to Trump Tower. Only peace can make America great again.
This is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. Here on this banner, you will see the greatest thing that Donald Trump did in his entire presidency. He went and became the first president to ever visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. This is a country that's been technically at war with the United States since the 1950s.
Donald Trump shaking hands with oligarchs told you we're our enemies. They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No. Understand, peace is possible, but you must give it a chance. Giving peace a chance is giving yourself a chance.
You're here to say that only peace can make America great again.
Yeah, it was an excellent intervention. Then after the election, we published a letter to Donald Trump that was widely circulated throughout the internet spaces. And so, you know, this was a year of victory for CPI. You know, my book about Kamala Harris ended up going viral because it was banned from Amazon, and I sold 3,000 copies of it. And you know, the video about my book that was banned on Kamala Harris, it exploded. And, you know, my book about Kamala Harris, it created a huge stir. And 2024 was a year of victory. If you look at all that we did in 2024, I'm not even including our intervention at the Libertarian Party convention and our outreach that we did distributing books at the Democrat convention. We did a lot this year. You know, yeah, that was the year of 2024. So now this is the final section of the slideshow. This has taken longer than I expected. This is probably the longest slideshow we've done yet, but it's important to talk about these things in an organized way, right? It's very, very important to talk about these things in an organized way because, you know, as you grow, you engage in struggle, right? And there are divisions, and the group evolves politically. And we are now at the point where we call ourselves innovationists and not communists for very specific reasons. What does communism mean to Americans? What does it mean to Americans? It used to be communism was something Americans just had no idea about, right? And so we could explain it. That's not the case. Communism to Americans at this point means woke people. It means woke people. And especially at this point when there are divisions in the ruling class, the people that are the most anti-imperialist and the most opposed to the deep state and the most opposed to the FBI are the ones who hate communism the most. And they see the woke people, who often speak in the name of communism, as the foot soldiers of what they're against. Now, we're trying to build an anti-monopoly coalition. And that anti-monopoly coalition is going to include small business owners. And actually, modern socialist countries like Nicaragua and China and Vietnam, that small business owners are a big part of their socialism. And if you actually read, Do You Believe in Growth? That's one thing we talk about. And that the state subsidizing and promoting small business owners, enabling them to flourish, beating back the power of the big monopolies, controlling the oil and the banking and such things, but then using that revenue to subsidize small business owners. That's the model for a 21st century socialist or anti-imperialist country. And that's not what the woke people believe in. The woke people believe in worker cooperatives. The woke people believe in all kinds of stuff. They want to, depopulate the United States, give it back to the Native Americans. They want to, I don't know what they believe in. They believe in all kinds of different stuff. They don't believe in a government of action that fights for working families. And small business owners are going to be a big part of it. And the main foot soldiers of the big monopolies to try and beat down the Americans who do believe in growth and do believe in innovation are the woke people who call themselves socialists and communists. So in this atmosphere, we have to just admit that we're doing something different and that communism has always had an ugly side, right? There's always been an element of tapping into jealousy and resentment, tapping into people's desire for revenge, I personally believe that is rooted in the dialectical materialist philosophy. The dialectical materialist worldview lends itself to kind of a vengeful, confrontational, way of viewing things that doesn't celebrate forgiveness and reconciliation, that doesn't encourage people to be filial in how they perceive things and all of that. And so, I think that ultimately, we're at the point that we are the anti-imperialists, and, the communist countries of the world have changed their relationship with religion. The leader of the Russian Communist Party, Gennady Zyuganov, is a Russian Orthodox Christian. Nicaragua is a very conservative Christian country where abortion is illegal. Things are changing in the world. Small businesses are a big part of 21st century socialism. And optimism and growth is part of it. And the Cultural Revolution is remembered as a mistake, and trying to redistribute poverty, make everyone equal in a very poor country, like Che Guevara tried to do during the early years of the Cuban Revolution. That's viewed as not working out, and that our view is very different from anything that any American thinks of when they think of communism. Our view is very different from classical communism, and our view is all about growth and innovation and human creativity, and how that puts you into confrontation with the globalist imperialist system. So because of that, we're innovationists now, because innovationism is a way to express what we believe. And that when you say you're an innovationist, you're not saying you want to live in a commune. You're not saying you want everyone to be equal. You're saying you celebrate human beings and their creative abilities and their creative power. And that is, it expresses the optimism that we want to build. We are the innovationist movement. Well, that's hard for people, because for a lot of people, they're in this because they want an identity. They want to be able to say, I am a communist. Look at my communist t-shirt. Look at my communist shoes. And we're at the point where, at this point, there are a lot of groups. If you want to just be communism, you want to wave red flags, call yourself a communist, there's many groups you can join. And those groups are all offering something different than what we offer. And we don't want to be that. We don't want to be that. We said out of the movement to the masses. We need to actually do it. And that means that we have to go and actually, recruit the masses and not be stuck in the communist niche. All right. Also, we had basically two issues that hit us at the same time this summer, which was there was a Khrushchevite tendency within the leadership of the organization. There were two individuals who left CPI who were Khrushchevists in their perspective. They wouldn't put it that way, but basically what they put forward is that they watched a lot of Netflix and that they, they really got into this phobia of cult of personality. Khrushchev is the one who invented the phrase cult of personality. After Stalin died, Khrushchev got up and took a dump all over Stalin. And the idea was, it wasn't just that he was attacking Stalin. He was attacking the notion of Stalin. He was attacking the notion of having a leader that you look up to. And it was this idea that if anyone emerges as a powerful leader, you got to take them down, right? They're arrogant. It's like tall poppy syndrome, right? That someone's emerging and you've got to take them down. And that's a brain worm. And Netflix is all about this, right? There's so many Netflix movies that it's about the person who's a business owner or a religious leader or a political leader, and they seem good, but they're so dedicated and they're actually evil and they've got to be taken down. And I mean, this is one thing I've said about the woke people. You know, Walmart ruling the world, that's just life, right? Amazon ruling the world is just life. But Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, he's ruthless. He's just so dedicated to building his company. He's evil. He must be stopped. And wokeism really encourages people to want to take down anyone who gives off energy. And it creates this kind of competitiveness and this jealousy and this phobia of ever kind of acknowledging that you can learn from anybody, this phobia of ever saying that, by working in a group with somebody, you can accomplish things. And this is called Khrushchevism, right? It's a mindset that basically just, it is the libidinal impulses and the Oedipal impulses, the kill your father syndrome, which is a very big part of, when you're a teenager, you want to kill your parents, right? And that you should, because that's part of growing up, because you're becoming independent, right? And your parents, you're not a child anymore, and you need to want to assert yourself and go out into the world and prove yourself. So you need to throw off your parents' authority. And so the Oedipus instinct, right? The desire to oppose authority, the desire to not be told what to do, the desire to rebel, that's a natural human phase that we all need that instinct. However, we also have what's called parental transference, which is people go through the world looking for like the perfect parent. Right. And for a lot of people, their relationship with God is they see God as like the perfect parent figure who is there, and that we have entered a phase where liberal society is basically doing a crude Freudian manipulation, where with Khrushchevism and with this extreme fear of cult of personality and with this extreme Oedipal sense, they have gotten us to just kill parental transference, to basically tell us that we can't be filial. We can't look up to God. We can't look up to a leader, to our parents and all of that. And for me, that was a really big part of my spiritual transformation, of what led to this organization, is I had to actually submit to God. And I had to look up to God and see God as above me and more powerful than me, but loving me and forgiving me. And I had to know the joy of submitting to God, right? And I had to learn the joy of letting go and not just being this Oedipal defensive person who just wanted to show everybody and had something to prove and all that, and just the joy of serving God, right? It is a really beautiful thing if you can get into that mindset, right? If you can get into the mindset of, of believing in something, being part of something bigger than yourself. But it's not easy because our culture amps up. They want us to be permanent teenagers. And I talked about this, about how, young people who, live at home until they're 40, they're almost stuck in being permanent teenagers for their whole lives. And our culture, very much gets young adults into this mindset of you're a teenager for your whole life. A lot of things that were considered to be kid things, like various hobbies that people have and all of that are now things that people are into throughout their entire adulthoods. And that they want us to kind of be in a teenage Oedipal state where we want to prove ourselves, we want to rebel against authority, where we're insecure, because that's a big part of the Oedipal stage. A teenager is very insecure. They haven't proved themselves, and so they're insecure. And in their insecurity, they rebel and fight because they have to prove themselves. And they reject authority, and they want to do better than everyone around them because they're insecure, right? And it makes perfect sense. When you're a young person, when you're a young person, you need to do that. But we're at the point where that Oedipal stage has been amped up to the point that we can't build movements. That you have to be filial to build a movement, and you have to look up to somebody to build a movement, and that we have to actively push back against this insane phobia of cult of personality. Look, I've been in communist groups my entire adult life. I'll just be honest with you. And honestly, I mean, the Workers' World Party was very much a cult of personality around Sam Marcy. The Revolutionary Communist Party was very much a cult of personality against Bob Avakian. And you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea how crazy that is. And one thing I will never do is suppress people in CPI, right? If you want to write a pamphlet to promote CPI's ideas, you might have to work with us. You can't just write anything. Work with us on it, and you can put it out. If you want to give a speech promoting CPI's ideas, we'll arrange for you to give the speech at a CPI event or something like that. I am not going to suppress people. I really, that's one thing I hated about these groups, was that they were constantly, shoving people into the background to make room for the great leader. And I will never do that. And in fact, what we need urgently in CPI is more people to write books, more people to give speeches, more people to step up. I have not tried to make this group all about me, but I have a lot to offer, right? And I'm not going to stop doing streams every night because it makes somebody feel insecure. But that's what Khrushchevism is. It's not, it's totally justified. If you are in CPI and you wanted to do YouTube streams and I called you up and said, you're not allowed to do that, just promote Caleb's streams, you had every right to be angry if I did that. I would be angry if that, and that happened to me on many occasions. I was told I couldn't write, I couldn't speak, let the party speak for you and all of that. And I'm still very angry about some of the ways I was treated in those groups where my creative energy was suppressed. So this tired old boomer could hold on to the spotlight. And I will never do that. But I'm not going to stop, right? I am not going to stop, being me to accommodate somebody who feels jealous or insecure. I'm just not going to do that. I have a lot, we have done a lot this year. Like this pamphlet, right? The fact that we published this, I had to fight with another person who was in one of these Khrushchevites in the leadership. She threw a temper tantrum because I wrote this. Why? Well, she thought we were doing too much. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, she didn't have to write it. She didn't design the cover. She didn't lay it out. Other people did. So what's the deal? What's the problem? Well, we're doing too much, and you're always doing stuff. And that makes other people not happy that they're not doing stuff. I'm not going to stop doing stuff, right? If other people want to do stuff, they're welcome to do it. And I will help you do it. This group is a platform. And, but I'm not going to stop, right? And the accusations that were thrown out by the Khrushchevites was that I'm full of endless enthusiasm. God forbid, right? That I'm like a child because I'm just so enthusiastic about building the group. God forbid, the Khrushchevists, I mean, it was just basically, that because I'm passionate about building this group, because this group is my life. I mean, this group is what I'm all about. I mean, this CPI, I am fully invested in this group. I shouldn't be, right? And that apparently that means I'm not normal, right? And this normal brainworm, these people were very self-hating, right? Because I'm sorry, if you get into this kind of politics, you're not normal. Normal people don't become anti-imperialist activists. Right. Don't make the normies uncomfortable. Just do that. I'm sorry. Normal people in America don't become anti-imperialist activists. I don't want you to be unhealthy. I want you to be extraordinary. I want you to be so articulate that you can explain these ideas very, very well. I want you to be so well read and so effective as an organizer that you can talk to anybody and win them to these ideas. I do not want you to be normal. I don't want you to be abnormal. I don't want you to be dysfunctional. I don't want you to be crazy, but I certainly don't want you to be normal. And we're not trying to be normal. We are trying to be effective. We're trying to get stuff done. And that requires energy and passion. And just because you may not be as passionate about it as I am, that's fine. And I understand that people can contribute in the way that they can, and people have different life situations. And, I mean, there's people I know that have an elderly parent they have to take care of. And there's people I know who, have kids, and, not everyone can do everything. I'm not asking you to do everything, but the idea that I should stop because it makes other people uncomfortable and you're weird. And then the cult of personality, the cult of personality and the competitiveness and the jealousy, it's all the same thing. It's Khrushchevism, right? It's fear of somebody who is very, very dedicated and passionate. That I'm Mike Lindell. I'm a ruthless person because I've started my own business. I'm an evil cult leader or something because I'm dedicated to this project and because I live and breathe this and because I'm obsessed with building anti-imperialism. Well, I am obsessed with building anti-imperialism, and I am very dedicated to this project. And I do apologize because at times I know it can be a lot to take, right? I can get very upset when things aren't going the right ways. But the Khrushchevite attack that we endured, where people just, they basically just walked away, at no point did they ever put forward, this is what we need to change. And I said to them, because they were people that had worked very hard to build CPI, done a lot to build CPI. And I said to them, is there something like, is there something we can change? No, they're just walking away and they're mad at me. And you're just so dedicated. Well, fuck you. You know what I mean? Fuck you. I'm sorry, but it's like, I can't stop being me, and I have to build this organization, and anyone who wants to be part of it is welcome to come join and build it with me. But I'm not going to give it up. The next thing that we experience is what we're calling the streamer raid, right? And I mean, I've talked about this the last couple of nights, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but basically there are some stupid streamers who saw CPI come into existence and basically took some of our concepts and amplified them and used them for their own ends and are repeating the FBI smears against me, the personal attacks against me, and are trying to destroy CPI. And they're not building a real organization. They're just building an internet fandom. And they have consistently worked to undermine CPI. For example, the Communist Party, right? I've been around. I've been in communist groups. You can't take over the Communist Party, right? It doesn't work that way. And one of these idiots, he actually believed that he could play Model UN and they'd pass the resolution and get a motion and a second motion and they could take over the CPUSA. Well, you can't. You can't take over the CPUSA. And as we were getting more people in the Communist Party who were joining CPI, hearing what CPI had to say, this guy announced all over social media, I'm going to take over the Communist Party, and all kinds of like crazy things. And he hacked into Communist Party Zoom calls and did all kinds of crazy stuff. And of course, the Communist Party flipped out, and that drove them to have an anti-CPI campaign. And I never wanted to take over the Communist Party because I knew that's not possible. You can't do it. And it was weird, and it was really unhelpful because we didn't want to take over the Communist Party. We wanted to influence and mobilize people that were around the Communist Party, people that were interested in the Communist Party, to do anti-imperialist work. That's all CPI's ever been about, is getting anti-imperialist work done and building the anti-imperialist movement this country needs. And this guy, he used his social media platform, which is oddly amplified, and it's just, everything they do just blows up. He's going to take over the Communist Party, and really unhelpful. Another thing, right, is that I have no problem with people that are LGBT. I have no problem with people that are transgender. There are LGBT people in CPI. That's your personal life, and we do not regulate people's personal lives. I know someone was sharing a meme claiming we were regulating people's personal lives. Peter Coffin confirmed, that is fake. We have no interest in your personal life. We don't care what you do. We don't have drugs at our events because many people in our group are in recovery, and there are people who are 18. You have to be 18 to be in CPI, but there are people who are not 21, so you can't have alcohol. We don't have drugs and alcohol at our events, but other than that, we don't care about your personal life. You can live your personal life however you want. right? And if you're gay, that's your business, right? All that I ever said was that that shouldn't be the focus, and we shouldn't ban people from organizations because their religion is opposed to LGBT, or they're a feminist and they have a concern about transgender bathrooms or women's spaces, that we shouldn't make that the dividing line. That's all I ever said. And immediately I was accused of being transphobe. People were tweeting out, Caleb's the kind of person who beat up trans people in high school. I did not. I was actually the victim of anti-gay assaults. People perceived me as gay in high school, and I got punched in the face. I mean, the idea that we are homophobic, that's just not the truth. Well, these streamers emerged and they did the exact opposite, right? So all the woke left people are talking about how much, you got to focus on LGBT. These people, they use the word faggot. They use the word queer and tranny, and they are the most vicious anti-gay bullies. Again, not helpful, right? And it seemed like everything that we did, I've told a story about someone calling me a faggot in high school, and then someone defending me and saying communists are badass motherfuckers. But I don't use slurs to refer to people. I might tell a story about, a situation, but I don't use slurs to refer to people. And I don't care. And there are LGBT people in CPI. There are lesbians in CPI. There are gay people in CPI. We've had trans members before. Right. And so, but these people, they did the exact opposite. We were accused of being homophobic, so they became wildly homophobic. Right. Again, we said we need to reach out to people that are supporting Trump about anti-imperialism. And we need to be strategic and do that. And I even wrote a book, which is a great book, which I still recommend. Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution. Well, I wrote this book, but these people, again, I was saying we need to reach out to Trump supporters, et cetera. These people decided they're going to be MAGA communists. And I saw that, and I'm just like, that's really not strategic. It's designed to be the most niche, obscure thing ever, right? Anyone who's MAGA hates communists. Anyone who's a communist hates MAGA. So why in the world would you call yourself two things? It's designed to be the most obscure thing ever, right? And if you want to nudge MAGA people to be more anti-imperialist, if you want to nudge anti-imperialist activists to be more willing to work with MAGA people, the last thing you do is get on the internet and beat your chest and say, I'm a MAGA communist, but that's what these people did. And again, not helpful. And anything that we did, they did in an over-the-top cringe way. And the fact that they now have obsessively repeated the FBI smear against me, the blackmail that was used against me, and the fact that one of them bragged that he met with the people that put out that hit piece against us and encouraged them, I am convinced at this point the streamers are an FBI operation. I could be wrong, right? It could be that the FBI is simply manipulating them and they don't know, they don't know what they're doing. And it could also be that they're just really stupid, and they just don't know what they're doing. But we have given the streamers a million chances to not be assholes to us. When I did my comeback video, I sent my video to a streamer, and he told me he watched it, and then it premiered, and I guess he was lying. He didn't watch it, and he objected to like 26 seconds of it. So I deleted the premiere and removed that 26 seconds immediately. And he still got on there and said, oh, he put that video out there to smear me. He threw me under the bus. No, I didn't. I literally sent it to you to approve it because I was afraid of something like this happening. And I don't believe that that was honest. I think that that was planned from the beginning. And that we have bent over backwards to be nice to these people. And they just continue to come at us, and their focus, any argument that you have with them, they say things like CPI does nothing except Caleb streams. Look at what we've done. We do a whole bunch of stuff. So they'll throw out some lie. We don't do anything. Yeah, we do. Okay. Oh, or my favorite, the fact that I don't like them talking, childishly about my personal life and all of that makes me a narcissist. And you'll say, you really, so it's narcissistic to not want to get mistreated. You know what I mean? And so immediately, anytime you throw out anything, they'll just immediately go back to the FBI smear, to the sexual bullshit about me. And that makes me think that they are probably FBI infiltrated, working with the FBI, because why would they? Well, I mean, it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. They claim to believe the same thing that we believe, etc. Another great example, right? Peter Coffin and myself got canceled for 5-6 years straight over patriotic socialism, the fact that we had American flags. Danny Haiphong made a hit piece video saying that we were neo-Nazis. It was tweeted out hundreds of times. All kinds of tweets would get retweeted. Patriotic socialism is actually white nationalism. We know what you are. It was put all over the internet that I was a white nationalist. I went to support students at New School University, and I was escorted out because people, I heard on the internet that guy likes Richard Spencer, which I don't. I have nothing to do with Richard Spencer. But that apparently patriotic socialism is white nationalism. The internet said so. And, I lost friends. People blocked me. I mean, all kinds of people denounced me. I was a white settler colonialist. It was really the over the top, patriotic socialism. Peter and I, we were just really targeted over that. So then out of the blue, a couple of the streamer bros, one of the loser collectives associated with the streamer bros, they decide they believe in patriotic socialism too. And they just start promoting it just randomly, right? Just after, the whole scandal and all of that, they just start promoting it. And they decide that they're going to publish a book about it. And so what do? I mean, obviously they would then tweet out that what happened to Caleb and Peter Coffin for 8 years straight, Caleb being canceled, Caleb being banned from spaces, Peter Coffin, having his name run through the mud. It's wrong. They would just tweet that out. No, they won't do that. And I confronted them about it. And they said, we thought of this all by ourselves. We thought of it all by ourselves. No, it has nothing to do with it. We didn't know about that. We never heard of any of that. And they're lying, right? They just don't want to defend us. They want to help destroy us. Right. And just like the breadtube people tried to destroy us by calling us white nationalists, they're trying to destroy us by usurping one of our concepts and trying to separate it from us. Right. And that it's a game that these streamers play, and they are not friendly people. We have bent over backwards to try and be friendly to them. And so they have claimed to have launched an organization. I have, as of yet, not seen anything that this organization has actually done. I mean, it looks like they had a live show for a couple of the streamers. Every so often, they send their people out to take selfies, like we're giving stuff away. I have not seen anything that this organization does. Maybe they are doing stuff. I don't care, right? They want to be our enemies. They do. And people endlessly come to me, go, why can't you just get along with them? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do to get along with them? And there's nothing we can do to get along with them, right? And we never had a ban. You can be a member of their group and be a member of our group, but they called anyone who calls them up and says they're a CPI member is told they have to quit CPI. We have never made that, but they have lied to CPI members, and CPI members have called me and said, they told me if I join their group, I have to quit. And I said, I didn't say that. It never came from me. They lie. They are on a mission to wreck CPI. And it's the streamer raid. Right? That the streamers, who I believe have been an FBI operation against CPI from day one, they basically did a raid of the members, right? And and honestly, the people that we lost in the streamer raid, good riddance, honestly. I mean, if you can't understand why all the amazing activism we do is not as good as this guy's cool on the internet, you don't belong in the group, right? I mean, we're here to get shit done. Can I repeat that enough times? CPI exists so we can build an actual anti-imperialist organization, right? And yeah, there were just, and the people who left with the streamer raid, I pity them. I really pity them. Because I would say to them, do you see what they're putting out there about me? Do you see what they're spreading about me? Are you okay with that? And then they would, I would win the argument, and then they would get their feelings hurt. Oh, he was so mean to me. And then they would quit. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry, but it's like, wouldn't you be mad if somebody was saying that about you? Do you think it's okay? And they just couldn't get out of their heads that somehow it's my fault, right? These people can say all kinds of nasty things about us. They can endlessly make childish sexual insults for 2 years straight. But somehow, if just me talking on here apparently makes them the poor oppressed victims. It's the most ridiculous thing. And the thing is, the relationship is not going to improve, right? And I have zero hope for the relationship improving at this point. Zero. None. Right? Because if it was ever going to improve, it was going to improve now. It's hopeless, right? I mean, it's absolutely hopeless, the relationship at this point, because if they wanted to improve things, they would have. They instead have done everything possible in every possible way to wreck CPI, to try and attack me on a personal level. And so there's no hope. And, and I really hope that there's some people watching who don't understand this, who now understand this, because this is a really important point, because there are a lot of people who, I get it, right? Why can't we all just get along? I'm asking that question as well. But, 2 years of childish sexual insults, 2 years of calling us nasty names, endless efforts, letting them approve my comeback video and then them just not approving it and still getting offended like they planned to from the beginning. We know what's going on here, right? And so the streamer raid that came after the Khrushchevist split, that made it very hard for our organization. We suffered a lot. I gave kind of a speech in July, like an internal presentation, and I said, we're going to lose some people here. We have to take things in a new direction. We have to change to win. And unfortunately, there were some people that were fine with CPI just being in a rut and were mad at me for constantly thinking of ways CPI could grow. Sorry, I'm going to keep going. I am going to keep going, and we're going to keep doing this, right? With all that we've been through, I'm not giving up now. And I'm not giving up. So the Khrushchevites and the streamer raid, it was unfortunate, but there were people that had to go, people that were holding us back, right? And they're gone. And actually now we're getting more done. It's kind of amazing so far this year in terms of our inauguration operation and all of that. We're doing some amazing stuff. So this is all leading to the convention that is set for July 12th in Chicago. And we are going to get 400 people in that auditorium. The hall holds 500, so we can get 500. It's even better. It's not going to be easy. This is a challenge, and we have to learn it. I told people when I announced in July of last year that this was our plan, I told people it was like a challenge because we have to be a growing organization. I'm not happy with us just going here and going there. No, we have to learn to grow. Out of the movement to the masses means actually doing it, and we have to learn to do it. So filling up that auditorium in Chicago is going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, and it's not going to be easy. And we may not be able to do it. I think we're going to be able to do it. I have no doubt that we'll be able to do it, but, who knows? But if we don't, it's not the end of the world. We'll learn from our mistakes, and we'll do better next time. But the only way forward is up. Right? No one is doing what we are doing. Today, I sent out an email and we published an article on our website about all that we have done to advocate what is happening right now with peace talks, right? We have done absolutely amazing. We have done absolutely amazing. All of our mobilizations to press for peace with Russia. And all the relationships that have been built, we work together amazingly as an organization. We have real solidarity with each other. And what we did at the inauguration, we're getting shit done very, very effectively. And I'm very, very proud of everything that we are doing. And the LA local is functioning regularly now. The Chicago folks are on fire. We're headed to Minnesota this weekend for an amazing workshop. The Center for Political Innovation is on fire. We're doing amazing work, and we're winning. And right now, it looks like a peace treaty with Russia is going to happen, and we made that happen. Through 3 years of relentless activism, we made that happen. We're changing the conversation, and the country is more than ready for what we have to offer. This is a very exciting time to be alive, and I'm really lucky to know all the people in this group that we're working with. I am so excited for Minnesota this weekend and for building the Chicago convention. And we need to look our detractors behind. Innovationism is really exciting. because innovationism means that we can do something different and we don't have to try and pander to irrelevant people anymore. We can actually do something exciting, and we can really embrace what makes us unique, the optimism, the pro-growth sentiments, the hope that flows from our community and is connected with anti-globalism, anti-imperialism. So yeah, that's my presentation. It looks like it took me almost 4 hours to do this presentation, but here we are. So let's do the roll call. Names and locations, names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you. Names and locations, names and locations. And then from there, I'll answer whatever questions. And then I'm going to bed because, wow, I think this took me 4 hours tonight. Look at that, 4 hours. All right, names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Brooklyn in the house. Instead of MC, Master of Voices. Okay, very good. All right. Names and locations. Rice from Adelaide, Australia. Mariah in North Carolina. St. David's, Bermuda. Rice in Adelaide, Australia. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Dahe in Seattle. Courtney in Northern Virginia. Names and locations. Hillary in Wales. Names and locations. Names and locations. Anybody else? Names and locations. Names and locations. John McCarthy in Chicago. You're awesome, John. Carter in Minnesota. Can't wait to meet you this weekend. Ian in the Yukon. Apologies for UNC grads. Well, hey. Sarah in Los Angeles. Patch in Arizona. Alex in Brazil. Names and locations. Names and locations. Jenny in Cincinnati. Names and locations. Names and locations. Jenny in Cincinnati. Anybody else? Names and locations. Anthony in Detroit. Kevin in Fargo. Akron, Ohio. I grew up near there. I was talking about Stark County on here earlier. All right, names and locations. Names and locations. Anybody else? Names and locations. I am probably going to go through the Q&A pretty quick tonight because my voice is giving out. This was a long one. Hempcar says, wasn't Occupy Freedom Plaza in D.C. back in October of 2011, planned months before Occupy Wall Street? Yes. That's a little bit interesting. I heard the call for occupying Freedom Plaza, and it was like, oh, this is going to happen. And then Occupy Wall Street, the call for Occupy Wall Street was put out by Adbusters. And I was in New York. Dan was born in Ashland, and Joe is in Durham, North Carolina. And I heard it was Adbusters magazine that put out the call to Occupy Wall Street. But then there had been a call to like Occupy DC, and then Occupy DC sprung up. Yeah. And the Occupy camps sprung up in many different cities. Devon in West Virginia, Jacob in Wisconsin. They sprung up in many parts of the country. And you know, when there's a situation like that, the main thing we should have done is we should have just viewed it as a recruiting opportunity. And the mistake of the communist groups was they tried to take over Occupy, which they would never have been able to do. You can't take over the CIA's group. And on top of that, they tried to insert their ideology into Occupy. You can't do that. And they pandered to it. They should have just instead viewed it as a recruiting opportunity. And the same for the Tea Party. And they should have viewed the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street both in the same way. And it was a mistake how they handled it. Because there is this feeling that the left is always better, which I've criticized on these streams before. But there you go. All righty. And did you see Tucker Carlson's interview with Jeffrey Sachs? So I saw that it's been posted. I haven't watched it. I've seen a couple clips that RT has retweeted, which sound awesome. And I really do hope Trump sees it. Jeffrey Sachs says really important things. He's somebody within the establishment who has been kind of allowed and enabled and probably made the decision to say anti-imperialist things on a number of issues. And he's doing a good job. He didn't play a very good role in the 90s as an economist, but he's playing a good role now in the things that he's saying. So there you go. Bill Haywood, and why do you stop writing down questions? I stopped writing down questions because I use StreamYard now, and I can just put them on the screen. That's why I stopped writing them down. I used to write them down with a pen when I first started, but now I can just put them on the screen, and writing them down was a distraction. I would have to stop the stream while I wrote them down, and so now I can just put them on the screen. That's why. Big Bill Haywood was a leader of the IWW, the Industrial Workers of the World. I have his autobiography somewhere, right? Is that? Yeah, I think it's yeah. Yeah, I have his the autobiography of Big Bill Haywood. He was a miners' union leader in Colorado. He was in the Industrial Workers of the World, and he ended up moving to the Soviet Union, and he was living in Russia at the time of his death. He died right after the Russian Revolution, but he spent the final years of his life in the early Soviet Union. And he was just a labor militant of miners in Colorado. And he was a builder of the IWW, and he was an agitator. So, well, there you go. And he was an agitator, very much an agitator. The IWW was famous for guys standing on soapbox and boxes preaching, and the free speech fights where they'd make it illegal to preach, socialism in a city. So people would pile into the town and one by one get arrested until the town changed its rules. The free speech fights that the Wobblies had. That's what they were famous for. So it looks like this is going to be a short Q&A period. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. So this is kind of a wild stream. It went all over the place. I got kind of emotional talking about Iran and Yemen, and then we talked about a lot of different things. So I hope people enjoyed it. I will say a number of people have reached out to me. I thought last night's stream was awesome. I was fired up. I was optimistic. My energy was back. I did admit I had kind of a tough weekend, but my energy returned. There were a number of people who did reach out to me about last night's stream and were worried about me. Don't be worried, right? My energy's back. Like I said, this weekend, it was a little bit rough for a couple different reasons, but if you're wondering why, go and watch the old stream, the stream from last night. But I thought last night's stream, my energy was back. And I'm feeling pumped about Minnesota. I'm seeing all the people that are registering for Minnesota. If you're able to come to our Minnesota workshop, it's going to go all day on Saturday. It's going to be absolutely, absolutely awesome. So registration information is down below. I'm really excited to head out to Minnesota. I'm really excited for CPI and building the convention and we're going to print Houthi books and distribute them. That's a whole nother thing we're doing. We're on fire as an organization. We are on fire. We are getting shit done. And that's all that CPI, we exist to get shit done. Other people exist to talk shit and gossip and rumor monger and all that. We exist to get shit done, and we're doing it. We are doing it. And I mean, the email that I sent out today showing how consistently we have beat the drum of peace with Russia, peace with China, we have been beating that drum so hard. And look, it's happening. I mean, we've been heard. And I went to the Libertarian Party convention where Trump spoke, at the behest of my friend Angela McCurdle, and we handed out 1,000 of these in the hall where Trump spoke. As I remember, as I went into the security, I had a whole bag of them, and I figured they would confiscate them. And the security said, "Oh, you're the guy handing those out. Very good." And I walked in and I handed these out to every person that was in there to see Trump speak in the Libertarian Convention Hall. And we were there, saying this is what people in Trump's movement want. And we were outside Madison Square Garden with the Peace MAGA banner. And now it's happening, folks. We had an impact. We're doing it. We are building an anti-imperialist movement. And let's not give that up. And I ain't giving that up for nothing. I'm not giving that up for anything. We have an organization. We are building an anti-imperialist movement. We are putting on educational seminars and teaching people what they need to know. We're meeting new people. Penny's on fire doing outreach. Carter's making calls, and Gabby's coming to Minnesota. And we're doing amazing shit right now, right? We are doing amazing shit right now as CPI. I am so pumped about CPI. Let the haters and all of them, let them be forgotten. And let's just focus on how we are winning. We are standing with Russia. We are standing with China. We're standing with Iran and Venezuela and Belarus and Cuba and Nicaragua. We are anti-globalist, anti-imperialist. We're fighting for working families first, a government of action that fights for working families, defeat the deep state, and embrace a new world of peace and innovation. We are the movement, and we are getting shit done. All right, everybody. I am going to put on the closing music. I don't know if I will stream tomorrow. There's probably a slim chance of me streaming, and then I'm headed to Minnesota. So it might be next week before I stream, but maybe not. Maybe there'll be a stream before then. So we'll see. But yeah, dare to struggle, dare to win. We are winning, folks. This was the year 2024 was the year of victory. I don't even know what this year is going to be called. We're gonna have to think of a new name because we're on fire this year. We are getting so much done. We have overcome so many hurdles that have been thrown in our way, and we are winning. Dare to struggle, dare to win. New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.